Guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So now the first gentleman is Les Saskin and the second gentleman Dick Ferris and Joel Kopelman, right? So these gentlemen, they basically created the Primavera. They are civil engineers, and in 1979 they realized the civil engineering has a lot of work, a lot of huge drawings, and they have to basically make very big plans. And if the client has a change of mind, so after basically freezing the drawing, there's sometimes they will get an advice from the client that some part of the design needs to be changed. So they had to accommodate those changes in the drawing. It was okay, but then they had to make corresponding changes in the list of the activities also. There was a lot of the basically updates on the existing and ongoing plan. So then they thought that why not use information technology to make most of the work paperless as much as possible, right? So they basically started to design the Primavera. So they came up with the concept in 1979. They worked on it for 4 years. In 1983, they launched a company called Primavera Systems Incorporated, and their product was also Primavera. So Primavera was name of the brand, Primavera was the product, which was the software, and from beginning itself, the Primavera was having a two-tier architecture, right? So it was scalable. You can start from small to large data you can keep in the Oracle database. So they had a very close cooperation with the Oracle Corporation since the beginning. So basically, the data is kept in the Oracle, and the software is basically the Primavera. It can run on different computers, and they can connect through the network, right? So in 2008, the Oracle Corporation it acquired the Primavera. It acquired the intellectual property, and since 2008, it's called the Oracle Primavera. Means that Oracle is the brand and Primavera is the product of the Oracle. So it's like that. So the Primavera, then after Oracle acquired it, to the surprise of the industries, they made it more open. So they came out with another version of the Primavera, which could run on which could run on Linux operating system. And they also came up with the version of they basically changed the version of the Primavera. So beside the Oracle, it can connect to the Microsoft SQL Server Sybase database means that you can use the Primavera with your existing database licenses. You don't have to basically buy compulsorily, you don't have to buy the Oracle database, right? So you can connect it to some database which might be small and more fit for your use, and you can basically optimize the cost of your ownership. So basically, these gentlemen's, their mission was to get rid of the world of the project failure due to too much of the paperwork, and it continues to drive the company they founded. So these days we basically are able to do most of the work inside the computer, and we print the paper only at the last moment. So one more tribute is very, very important and due to Mr. Henry Lawrence Gantt. He was an American mechanical engineer, and he created the Gantt chart in 1910. So if you look at the top, it's a very intelligent design to represent the time. So earlier the time would be represented like task boxes inside the planners. But then he said you do not have an idea that what is the length of a particular task. You will have to write the name of the task in every box, right? So he said that okay, you can represent the time on a scale which is called the time scale. Do you see the scale on the top? Just like on a scale, you have the units of meters. Then what is the subunit
Yes.
of the meter? Centimeter. What is the subunit of the centimeter? Millimeter. So on a scale, with the inch tapes that you engineers normally use, they have those scales, meter, centimeter, and then you have the millimeter. So basically, you have a very fine. You can have a very fine measurement of the length. So similarly, you can have very fine measurement of the time also. So time, he represented the time like a scale. So it's called a time scale. It's part of every software. Every software has a Gantt chart, and without the Gantt chart, no software is relevant. So we used to make the Gantt chart manually by using some certain templates and an attachment on the drafters. So okay, so drafters which were usually used for the basically engineering 3D drawings, they can be also used to make the Gantt chart also. But these days you don't have to. You just enter the data, the software will make it. So you can see this task. It is having a long duration, then these are a series of tasks which are happening one after the other. So due to the series, the starting is basically start date is different from the finish date. So you can see that when it will have a finish date, right? So you can basically connect here and you can see the finish date will be happening in the month of the April 2012, right? So it's like this. So it made it very easy for people to understand the schedule and everybody could understand because you cannot visualize numbers in your mind, especially if you are a non-mathematical person. If you are a non-mathematical person, so what makes the number clear to you? If they are represented like a picture. That's why we have graphs, right? You must have seen the line graphs, bar graphs. They explain the numbers in a pictorial manner. So that's what he did. So now the concern is that what kind of software that we are using. So we are using the free official version. Yes, it is provided by the Oracle Primavera for the purposes of the learning. It does not expire. It requires no database engine. It is a single user only. Multi-user features are removed in the software. But this is exactly the same as the commercial software, which is basically the Primavera desktop. So the Primavera desktop can connect to the cloud computing data centers where the database is kept, and that database can be Oracle, it can be SQL, it can be Sybase, it can be any other relational database, right? So it can connect to that, it can store the data there. So we will basically use this learner version, and we will be basically having the full knowledge about this version, which is the commercial version. So that's not a problem. And this is also called an offline version because the database is SQLite and it is working on your computer only. So you don't need the internet to run this version, okay? Because the database is there inside your computer only. So it is kept in a particular folder. So now this part is over. So I always try to do the installation part much before the training. Now, what is a project, guys? So I'm not asking you a question, right? So it's not a question, it is an interaction. So you can go ahead and give me a guess. You can tell me a guess also. So, guys, tell me what is a project or what do you think or feel is a project? Neke, tell me what is.
Something that must is a project is a unique endeavor that must have a start and a finish.
Mhm.
A task to complete.
Yes, yes, we have to complete. We have an objective here. That's right. Anything
Yeah.
else? Keep on adding, keep on adding. So, Neke, where did you read this definition?
Sorry?
Where did you get this definition from?
I told you that I've been following up I've been reading about it on there's
Good.
this app that is free. Sometimes I have materials I've been
Yeah.
reading since, yeah,
Okay,
I've
good.
been
So
following
that's
up,
quite
yeah.
good. Yeah. So basically, I'll be going by the PMBOK, Project Management Body of Knowledge. It is the handbook of the standards. So from the PMI, so PMI was an organization which was established by the engineers in the year 1969 to standardize the knowledge of the project management. So basically, the project management is a subject which was basically used by the engineers in a different manner. Every engineer will, when they join together in a team, so they'll be carrying the books of their professors, so which they studied in the universities, right? So universities teach you a lot of practical knowledge. So they will carry those books and they will try to use those books and implement them. Then they realize that, they are talking about the same subject in a different manner. So why not merge all this knowledge and create a one standard and homogenized knowledge? So then they established the institution called PMI, which was established in 1969 in the Pennsylvania state of the United States, and then they consolidated all the existing knowledge and they came up with a handbook in 1971. That handbook is called PMBOK. So that was version 1. So these days we are having the version 8, but the definition of the project remains the same. Basically what the PMBOK says that the project is a temporary endeavor, right? Temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or a service. It has an outcome and which is unique, which is different each time you do it, right? Suppose if you are a film producer, right? So each time you make a movie, you are going to use different stories, right? So suppose if you are a civil engineering construction company, so each time, so you are going to get a request from the client. The buildings could be different. So first, the in one of the requests, the client would say, "I need a school." Okay, and another client says, "I need a college, I need a hospital, I need a hotel, I need a residential complex, I need a commercial complex." Right? So every time you do a project, it is different. So it is unique from the previous one. So is it right, guys? So someone has to say yes so that I know that I'm connected.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So basically, it is temporary
Yes.
because suppose if you are constructing a bridge and once the bridge has been completed, so then what happens? So it ceases, the project comes to an end when the objective has been attained, right? So that's why you say it has a beginning and an end. So a project has a definite start and definite finish date, and it is not an ongoing effort because once the objective has been achieved, the work comes to an end. Then what happens? The team is disbanded upon the project completion and they are reallocated to different projects in the company's work pipeline, right? It's not that the team is going to say idle for a very long time. Already the projects are waiting in the queue in the work pipeline and the team members will be reallocated. Guys, remember one thing, when you work in a project, you might be working with a different set of people, a new set of people each time. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
basically, the team is created according to the requirement of the objective. The object is not determined according to the capabilities of the team. Rather, the team members are selected based upon their requirement of their capabilities, right? So
Yeah.
if a project is big, it has more features and functionalities to be built into the product. So definitely more skilled people will be hired, and then the project team will be a unique team each time. Okay, the product or the service is different, so in some way from the other product or the services. In long-term project, the product characteristics are progressively elaborated. Okay, the project can be visualized like a triangle, so which is called a triple constraint theorem. So guys, tell me what is the meaning you can perceive in the word constraint.
Some
Something.
foundation.
Yes, boundation, limitation, that is the meaning of the constraint. So constraint is not a blocker. Constraint means that we are limited. So if I'm asking the client for 36 months, client says, no, I can give you is 30 months. So then I have a limitation of time. I'm asking the client 10 million, client says, no, do it in 9 million. So it will be 1 million less. So basically that is the time constraint, right? So basically the project has a constraint of time, it has constraint of cost, it has constraint of the scope. Means that within the limited time and money, you have to complete the work and achieve the quality. So quality means you have to achieve the satisfaction of the client, right? Now we will understand all these three one by one. So you have to understand one thing, that when you have too much constraint of something, that is not good. So the quality is exerting a pressure on the time is exerting a pressure on the quality, the cost is also, and the scope is also. Now you have to check before you start the project whether you can achieve the expected quality or the desired quality within the limitation of time, cost, and the scope. If the time is limited, you will negotiate with the client for more time. Or if that is not possible, then you may tell the client that he can basically choose the less important features and take them out in the current version. So similarly is the cost. If you have less cost, then it has a negative impact on the quality. So what we try to do, we try to determine in the beginning that can we do the project without having a negative quality or just the right expectation of the client, right? Now we come to the time. The time has got two components. So guys, you tell me that what do you think is duration and what do you think is a schedule? Okay, you can go ahead and guess.
Duration comes from any starting period to end completion date, or it can be time form. And schedule belongs to the plan, how we can execute the task.
schedule is, I think, is a fixed time when something has to start and when something has to end, and duration is a tenure which is not like has a definite mm, starting and deadline point.
See, duration is just a tenure. It's a span of time. It's a length of time, right? Just like we have length, like a millimeter, centimeter, meter. So duration is having some length. So I'm going to write it. So I'm going to write the abbreviations, right? So you can guess, and then you guys can tell me. So what do you think these are? So I've written the 5 different units of the duration. So guys, you tell me.
Month, hours, days.
Y could be year, MO could be month, D could be days.
So basically we start with the smallest unit. So what do you think is the smallest unit being represented here?
Minute.
Yes, correct. So we start with the smallest unit of time, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and the Y. So in the Primavera, we can enter, these units of time in the duration column. We just suffix this, this alphabet with the number. Now, where do we get the duration from? Basically, the duration is had from our own or someone else expert judgment. Now, what is the expert judgment? Expert judgment comes from your experience, right? So if you do some work and over a period of time you develop useful memory, working memory, right? And you can basically use your working memory to basically decide expertly that, what should be the duration of this particular activity. So when you're able to decide the duration, then you can basically be very much sure that how much time it's going to take. So basically you want the Primavera to calculate the schedule for you. You enter the duration, then the Primavera will compute the schedule. So what is the schedule? Schedule is the definite start and the finish date of each and every activity which you will do, right? Now, inside the computer, it is inside the software, it is not just the date. Actually, it is a combination of date plus time because the time component is very much there. It is inbuilt, but we do not display it because it is insignificant in big engineering projects. But yes, the time component becomes significant when you have small projects like a training or something like that. Okay. So for example, so basically, uh, if you look at the seconds, if you complete 60 seconds, then what do you get? What is the next unit of time you get?
1 minute,
Minute.
Correct. If you complete 60 minutes, then
Hours, 1 hour,
1 hour. When you complete 24
1 hour,
hours,
1 day,
one day. When you complete 7 days,
1 day,
1 week,
1
then
week,
when you complete 4 weeks, then
1 month,
1 month,
1 month.
Month,
When you accumulate 12 months, then what do you get?
1 year.
1 year,
1
1
year.
year,
When you complete 10 years, then what do you get?
a decade,
1
Decade.
1
Yes,
decade,
Yeah.
correct. So when you complete 10 decades, then what do you get? You get a century, right?
Century,
century.
correct.
Yes.
1
Right?
century,
10 decades. 10
1 century.
multiplied to 10 is equal to 100 years. That's what we call as a century. So in the project, we are neither concerned with the second nor we are concerned with the centuries. Normally, if you look at any kind of a project, we would be concerned with the activities which will be in the range of days and weeks only, right? So basically, we have these units which is ranging from minutes to the years. But this neither minutes or nor the years are used very frequently. Very frequently used units of time will be days and the weeks, but nevertheless the software has the provision, right? If you want a very accurate duration, so you can even use the unit of the minutes. So you can suffix the m with a particular number, then it will be taken in as a minute by the software. And what the software will do, the software will run this duration against the calendar and it will create the schedule which will be having a definite start and a finish date. Because by determining the definite start and a finish date, we'll be able to basically determine a baseline for the project. Okay, and we can use this baseline to compare with the actual and we are able to determine the variance. And then we will be in control of the project, right? Because we want to finish within the limited time. Okay, now we come to the cost. The cost is related to another word, which is called the price. Okay, so guys, I'm sure that you have heard both these words. These are very common and these are floating around us. You can tell me that what is the meaning of the cost and what is the meaning of the word price?
Value of the project.
Which one? Cost or the price? Which one is the value of the project?
Cost.
Okay, so someone would like to tell or someone would like to differ?
Cost,
Sir, cost is amount of money to spend.
Mm-hmm.
cost is expenditure, like expenditure. The amount occurs in developing a product or providing a service. It could be cost,
Mm-hmm.
and the price is that what we quote to price is what we quote in delivering that service to the
Okay.
customer.
Okay, fine. So let me simplify things for you. See, guys, remember, cost and price both are both these words. They are amounts of money. So there is one amount of money which we use to complete the work in a project. So basically, this amount of the money is used for this thing. So, guys, can you expand on this? Because I'm trying to create long-term memories in your mind. So during this training, when I create long-term memories in your mind, so they will work like experience. They will help you a lot. So try to expand on this. What is 3M?
Man, machine, material, and
Man,
cash.
machine, cash.
Material and cash is basically used to represent the work done by external resources like subcontractors, right? So basically, in every kind of a project, we have the cost of the project. The cost of the project is the amount of money which is used to get the work done, which we spend to get the work done. So where do we spend this amount of the money? On man, machine, material, and then the cash, and we get the work done by external resources like subcontractors and vendors. So they basically, we tell them that what we want to be done, and they will tell you an amount of money which is represented by the word cash. So that is the cost of the project. So when you create something, when you make something, it has a market value, right? So that value index of the product, it is called the price. Price is the value index of the product, right? So it is the amount of the money which is paid by the customer, right? So guys, how do you get what happens when you do this thing? Price minus cost. So guys, you tell me that what is the price minus cost? What do you think it is?
Profit.
And price minus cost is equal to profit. And what is the utility of this profit? Can you run a business without a profit?
No.
No.
No,
If
you
it is a
No.
non-profitable business like NGO,
see NGOs, they run on charities. Businesses, they don't run on charities, right? People pay. So here people they pay for the value of the product or the service. So basically the profit comes from the quality. So if you make any defective product, do you think people will pay?
no.
Guys, you tell me this.
No.
Will you buy something which is unsuitable for you, which doesn't meet your quality expectation, right? Will you pay for something which is
No.
expensive? No, you will. Similarly, your client will also not pay something which doesn't match their requirement or which is defective. Okay. So that is why we need to understand the profit. So basically, where does the profit come from? The profit comes from the quality. But how do we get the quality? Quality comes when we are able to we get the right amount of time and the right amount of the cost, and we can complete the work in the project. But guys, remember, the price is not something that we can dictate. The price is under pressure from downward pressure from where? From competition.
Okay.
If you can do something, then your your competitor can also do the same thing. So then the client will say to you that, okay, I can get this done cheaper and better from your competition. So I'm going to your competition, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So if that happens, then you don't get the business. If you don't get the business, then you cannot continue the business, right? You got to get some work. You get to get some project. If you cannot push up the price, but at least you can control the cost, right? So how you can control the cost? So you can control the cost by optimizing the resources, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Optimizing the resources. Right? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes.
how do you optimize the resources while planning? By using the Primavera. So, you play smart, you use the Primavera, you use a software, and you can do a lot of what if analysis before you actually commit to the project, right? So, then you can be smarter than the rest of the bunch. You said, fine, I will do it at a lesser price. So, of course, you will get the project. You will not only get the project, but you will also be making a profitable proposition, right? Is that clear?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes. Sir,
So,
is that the reason you said initially that manpower is utilized based on the requirement, not on the capability?
manpower is based upon the requirement of the project. Requirement of the project can be technical. If you are doing a technically complex project, then you will require more and more deeply, skilled people. And then if it requires a lot of maturity, then you will require longer years of experience on the same skill set, right? So that will be determined by you. You are the people manager. You will know that what is the requirement of the client, what is the features of the product. Then you will determine and you will create the job description, right? And based upon the job description, you will get the applicants biodata. You will scan through them and you will select the right applicant and interview them and get them into your team, right? Is that clear?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you must have the right person in at the right time, and you should have the right equipment, right? The material, man machine material have to be right and matching according to the, but we should not be wasting man machine material. We should not be using more. If we use more, then we reduce the profit. If we use less than what is required, then we may affect the quality. And quality, if it is not met as per the expectation of the client, then we cannot be profitable, because client doesn't pay for defective products, right? Unsuitable products he doesn't pay. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So we
Yes.
will come back to the quality once again, but first of all, let us understand the. So guys, is the cost clear? So cost is basically, the utilization of the money for getting the work done, and for getting the work done, we have to pay for man, machine, material, and cost and cash. And basically, the price minus cost equal to profit. We cannot push up the price, but at least we can optimize the cost, right? So how do we optimize the cost? Optimizing the resources while planning. So at the planning stage itself, we just use our expert judgment. We then apply the right amount of the man hours, right amount of the machine time, right amount of the material units, and the right amount of the cash for the external subcontractors, right? So if you're smart, then we'll use the project management process, and we will also use the Primavera. So that's what will make you profitable and make you more attractive to the client as compared to your competitors, right?
Yeah.
So that's the idea. Now we come to the scope. Scope is related to another word called the requirement. Okay, so guys, I'm sure that these are not very uncommon words. These are not unheard. So you have heard them. Now you tell me that what do you think in the context of the project management? What is the requirement and what is the scope?
Requirement is like what is expected to
Re-
be done. Requirement is like what is expected to be done by the client, but scope come out of the situations to uh, finish some of additional works uh, related to the project. This is a guess only.
Yes, yes, that's good. Keep continue to think, continue to guess. That's good because I want to stimulate your thought process. So when you start thinking on your own, so you get the best training. Okay, so then you continue with the learning process. So requirement is basically, it is coming from the client. For example, let's say that there are four people, they go to a restaurant. So once they are seated, so they'll be approached by the waiter. So the waiter will ask them, sirs, what would you like to have? So they will choose their food items from the menu. So the waiter will note food item number one, two, three, and four. So what are these food items? These are requirement of food, right?
Okay.
Yes.
So this requirement of the food, he will
Yes.
put on a piece of, he will take it to the back end. So what is there at the back end? In a restaurant, the back end is a kitchen. So this
Yeah.
kitchen is managed by a role called the chef. Now what the chef will do, he will look at the requirement and he will tell the waiter 5 minutes. Tell the guest to wait for just 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, we'll prepare the food and he will quickly give activities. He will assign activities to his team members. He might sound like this. So he might tell that you do the baking, you do the frying, you mix the spices, you cut the vegetables, you cut the meat, you do this, you grind this, you microwave this. He will give activities to his various team members to do. So once all the activities are completed, so the four food items will be ready and they will be served to the client by the waiter, right? So
Yeah.
basically, if you bring this kind of a visualization into the engineering domain, basically what happens that the requirement is the features and functionalities of a product as explained by the client. So I will give you an example from the IT industry. In IT industry, we have a role which is called BPA, Business Process Analyst. So what this guy does, he studies the current business's process and he also studies the bottlenecks being faced in the business, right? Due to the existing technology or no technology at all. And then he would recommend the system design and the redesigning of the business process. So which will be basically very much supported by the new software. So the software will remove the bottlenecks, the business process engineering will also remove the bottlenecks, and then the business will be very smooth. So basically, the requirement is given by the client. Now, what does the requirement contain? As per the engineering projects, the it is a set of features and functionalities, functionalities as desired and stated and signed off by the client and his team. See, guys, remember it has to be signed off by the client and his team. They must take the responsibility. It has to be signed off because unless and until it is signed off, can you be sure what they want?
No.
No.
No. So they have to confirm that everything which has been defined in this requirement document, it is complete and correct as per me and my team. So which are basically called the stakeholders. So client has his team of the stakeholders. They state the requirement, and then this requirement will be brought in by the consultant into your engineering team. What the engineering team will do, so they will study the requirement and they will come up with the scope of the project. So what is the scope of the project? Scope of the project simply stated is the work to be done by the work to be done by the engineering team to create the product with desired specifications, right? Desired specifications given by the client. Okay. Of course, given by the client. So how does it work? So basically, after looking at the requirements, so this is the steps. First, you guys will create a design, and you will finalize the design. Then you will create the WBS, and then you will create the activities. Activities like this. So basically, all this is based upon the confirmation of the requirement in the document called the requirement specification document. So, or the requirement specifications So basically, this document is basically created with the help of your own business process analyst, but the responsibility of the document lies with the client side. And there is a client side project coordinator or the project manager. So he will basically call off all his internal stakeholders. He will tell them, look, we have a consultant here from our engineering company, and we should clearly state our requirements of with the desired features and functionalities, what we want in the product, and he will be documenting it for us. He will be helping us create the document. But this document has to be checked by us, and the responsibility of completion of this document lies with us. Right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So basically,
Yes.
your guy, your business process analyst, will be coordinating with the client team, and once they have done it, and they will study the first draft, second draft, or any drafts, and then I'm having a lot of audio disturbances here, man. So there is a chick 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 sound which is going on every now and then. So guys, just make yourself mute, right? I think that someone's basically loopback is hanging. I mean, happening on your system, right? Just make sure that your second device is off, or you just make both your devices off, right? So that we can have a very clear session, sound wise, and also the recording is also clean, right? Okay, so basically the requirement will be provided by the client side stakeholder, and it has to be signed off, and they have to confirm that it is complete and correct. Based upon the completion, so what you will do from the design, basically what happens, so you will make the WBS an activity. So basically the scope is the work to be done by the engineering team to make the product with desired specifications as stated by the client. But the thing is that so it has to basically fulfill the quality acceptance criteria. So what is the quality? It is a set of quality testing acceptance criteria, quality testing acceptance criteria as agreed and documented with the client. As agreed and documented with the client. It has to be documented, right? So it is a set of quality testing acceptance criteria. So what should be working as per the document, which will be tested by both the sides. First, you will test it. So once you complete a part of the product, which is called the deliverable, so you will test the deliverable on the milestone date. You will have an appointment with the client. You will showcase the deliverable to the client. So basically, the deliverable is part of the entire product. Suppose if you are making a building of 10 stories, so basically you will be paid installment as per the completion of per floor. So when you do it, so that is called the achievement of the milestone. So on the milestone, basically you will be showing a deliverable which is having the acceptable quality as per the agreed document, right? Okay, so that is called the acceptance criteria. So this has to be stated in the beginning. This has to be agreed in the beginning, and there should be no confusion in the quality, because according to the PMI, okay, processes, the quality has to be planned in. Quality cannot be inspected, because by the time you inspect something for quality, it might be too late to fix. You might have to basically break down the entire structure and rebuild it, right? So basically, you have to plan in the quality. So once you plan the quality, once it is clear what is the quality acceptance criteria, then you can plan the right kind of man, machine, material, and the subcontractors, right? Then you can apply your checks, and then you can get the job done. Okay. So Nick, is it right? You can basically keep your mic on. I believe that you have a quiet background. I need some feedback. I mean, someone has to say yes or no or something like that. I must hear someone. So Nick, you can make your mic on.
Okay.
Okay. So fine. So that sounds good to you.
Yes. Yes.
So basically, according to PMI philosophy, the quality has to be planned in, and we have to achieve the quality within the constraints. So within the limitation. So what is the limitation? Triple limitation. There is a limitation of time, right? So you have limited time, then you have the limited amount of the money, right? Limited
Okay.
time. You have limited money, you have to complete all the work, and of course, you have the limited resources also, and you have to achieve the quality. But if there is too much of a pressure from time and cost, then the quality can be impacted negatively. So we do not basically go ahead with a project in which the client doesn't agree to give us the required time and cost, because you are engineers. You are not supposed to create anything which can endanger the human life, right? So you make sure that you can achieve the quality. And if you're making a building, so it must have a lifetime of 100 years. If you're making a bridge or something, it might have the lifetime of 400, 500 years, right? Maybe more than that. So you have to achieve that quality by planning it in. So for planning it in, you have to calculate the time and cost, and for which the Primavera software is very, very helpful. So it will help you plan in the beginning so that you are absolutely sure that you can achieve the quality, you can complete the work within the given limitations. That's what it is, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So that's why we need the Primavera. Now we will go to the next slide. So in the next slide, what are the steps for the planning? What is the introduction? So you should identify the total stakeholders, especially on the client side. On the client side, on the client side, you must know each and every person who will give you the requirement, so that you don't miss on any part of the requirement. And also you should try to find out from the client if the quality will be checked by the same set of individuals or a different set of individuals. It happened to me once. So basically, I was not aware that the quality testing will be done by a third party. So basically, if a third party is involved or any other internal party is involved, they should be known to you in the beginning, so that you can bring them into the stakeholder meeting and note the requirements of the quality, and note their expectation, and also make sure that you can plan it in. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So you should identify all the stakeholders, at least on the client side, but you need to understand the total stakeholders on your side as well. Okay, then you evaluate different project delivery methods. For example, if you're going to make a bridge, so you can make a cantilever bridge, an arch bridge, a rope bridge, right? So you can
Yeah.
basically have different delivery methods. Then you should identify the deliverables under a logical breakdown of the project, often called WBS or PBS, that is the project breakdown structure, right? Then you should identify the activities required to produce the deliverables. So what are the activities, guys? So activities is the work or the steps to be done to make something. That is called the activities. So identify and optimize the use of resources. So guys, why do we want to optimize? Because we cannot push up the price. But if we optimize the use of the resources, we can limit the cost, right? Okay.
Yes.
If we limit the cost, then we can increase the profit. And that is a smart way of doing things, right? So you smartly increase the profit by basically reducing the cost to the optimal level where you still have acceptable levels of the quality. And then you evaluate and target dates may be met, identify risk, and to prevent and minimize them. So guys, what is the meaning of the word risk? What does it mean to you? Tell me. Go ahead and
Any uncertain event?
yes.
Any uncertain event?
Yes, right. Very good. Tell me more. See, it is
There are types of
an uncertain event
yes,
which have a negative impact on the project, right? For example,
yes,
risk is an uncertain event. So, can you predict earthquake?
no,
It is uncertain. Can you predict the tsunami waves? It is uncertain, right? So, similarly, can you predict the next corona-like pandemic we had? Hmm?
no.
No, we cannot. So basically, risks are uncertain, but there are certain risks they are uncertain in a very limited manner. For example, you can predict rainfall in a particular area. For example, in India, in the north of India, we have a rainfall window starting from last week of June till the end of the August, right? So we can plan or schedule our projects around that, but it is uncertain because it might extend longer than that, right? And what is unpredictable is the flood. Every year we cannot predict the flood. Every year we can predict the start of the monsoon season or the rainy season, but we cannot predict the flood, right? So basically it's a risk and we have to work around that. We schedule our task in such a way that we can plan all the tasks which are negatively impacted by the rain. We can plan it much before the onset of the rainy season, right? So we identify the risk and plan to minimize them or prevent them altogether. Something which is in our hands, we prevent that. We can prevent fires, right? We can prevent people getting injured,
Yes.
right? But the rainfall, we cannot prevent.
Yes.
We can only minimize the impact of the rainfall by planning around it, right? Doing the task much before the rainfall, which might be affected. So we can minimize that. Then we provide a baseline. So what is a baseline? So baseline is the definite measurement. For example, on a mercury thermometer, which we use to read a patient's fever. So guys, have you seen a red mark on that?
Yes.
So basically, the red
Yes.
mark would be on 37 degrees centigrade or 98.4 degrees Fahrenheit scale. So that indicates the normal human body temperature. So if the body temperature of a person is more than that, then you can say the person has a fever, right? And
Yeah.
say medical treatment. So because there is a variance in the actual temperature from the baseline temperature. So similarly, to manage and maintain the health of the project, we must create a baseline plan. During the planning stage and in the execution stage, we can compare the actual data with the planned data, and we are able to determine the variance, and we will take the corrective action, which is called controlling the project. And then we will generate the report which will assist in stakeholder communication. Stakeholders which are internal, they want to know what's happening in the project, what is the progress so far, what is the prediction after this point. And then we can assist the management to think ahead and make informed decisions, right? These are the aims of the planning which we must keep in mind. Now, let us look at this, how it works. So it starts from this drawing. So this drawing is taken and studied, and once the drawing draft is completed, we convert it into a work breakdown structure. So guys, you see the work breakdown structure? Hmm?
Yeah.
So, that's the Primavera, right? So basically, once the drawing is completed by the planning engineer, then so basically the design engineer, right? So he knows what the client is saying and he creates this drawing. And this drawing is taken into the work breakdown structure. And then we create the activities, we assign the man machine material. And once we do that, then we start doing the work. So this represents the work. So basically we can see man machine material. So here is a man, here is a material, and here is a machine, right? And
Yes.
cash, maybe, the guy who has been outlined with the blue, maybe he is the subcontractor, right? So this guy could be the subcontractor. So he is not a full-time employee of the company. So he has come here on site to basically provide some consulting or subject matter expertise. So his work will be represented by cash because he will give you the result in lieu of the cash, right? So we have got man, machine, material, and cash, and basically this is the route of the things in the project. So we don't go directly here. No, that is not possible. So from the drawing, we go to the Primavera. We design the work breakdown structure. We list out all the activities. Once we are sure, then we apply the resources, and then we go to the execution of the project, right? This is how it goes. So that's why we need the Primavera. So this is the Primavera, as you can see on the left side. There's the screenshot of the Primavera only. Okay. So now, what are the benefits of planning? So, there are two organizations, organization A, and then what we have is organization B. So in the A, the work culture is like this. The project manager says, guys, so we got to plan quickly. So, they quickly complete the plan. So the thought process of the project manager is that the sooner we complete the plan, the sooner we start working, the sooner we can finish the project. This is what he thinks. So they do something only to realize it is not matching the quality acceptance criteria. Then they undo the wrong part of it. So guys, do you see this undo? I mean this U-turn?
Yeah.
So
Which one? Yeah.
turn here on the line.
Yes.
So that is undo, right? So they undo a part of the work done. Then this is how they work. They continue to undo and redo till the end. And once their job is done, they show it to the client. Client says, okay. Client is happy, right? Because he has got a very perfect product. Now let's look at the organization B. The project manager says, guys, we have to use the PMI process and we have to complete the planning as per the PMI process. And for that purpose, we will also use the Primavera so that we get the calculations right. We can do the adjustments because the Primavera is flexible once you enter the data, and we can basically alter the task and see that what is the correct planning data. So once we do that, once we freeze it, so what we will get is a solid baseline. So this is what a baseline looks like. So guys, do you see this line here? This dark line?
Yes.
So that dark line is the baseline of the project. So then what do you do? Then you start doing the work which is represented by the green line. So green line is having a variance, but there is no U-turn. So then you complete the work. After you complete the work, then you show it to the client. Client is okay. Client is very, very happy, right? So
Yeah.
then what are the benefits of the planning for you? Read this. Read the text in the rectangle. Read it.
Yeah. Savings of time, cost, and resources.
Yes. So you save the time, cost, and the resources. So guys, you tell me one thing. If you are saving the time, cost, and the resources, so definitely this company will be making much more profits, and this company will be completing much more projects, right? On the per year basis. Let's say the first company is able to deliver 10 projects per year, and the second company is able to deliver 14 projects per year, right?
Yeah.
So tell me that which company will be making more profits?
The second company, company B.
Yes, correct. And which company will be able to pay more salaries? Possibly. Which one do you think?
B.
B will be able to. And where do you guys think you would like to work, in A or B?
B.
B. So if you want to work in B, then you got to be the right fit, right? So how do you become the right fit? By understanding project management and doing the things practically with Primavera, right? So first you join B, you work in the B for some years, and then from the B you develop a lot of experience and subject matter expertise. You are loaded with expert judgment and go to the A, and then you show them that what is the profit that you guys are losing, right?
Yes.
And then you take a big chunk of the profit, right? And you become the king, you become rich, no?
Yes.
So both ways you are at advantage, right? When you have knowledge, you are at advantage in B, you are at advantage in A. What is the advantage in B? So when you join B, you feel comfortable, you are the right fit. Everybody around you says, yeah, this guy, this is the right fit. He knows the job, right? So he's
Yeah.
doing as we are doing, he's doing much better than us, maybe, right? So basically you bring a lot of value and expertise, and this company stays profitable because people are good in the project management. They are very much proficient in Primavera. You work with them for some years, you stabilize your career, you stabilize your experience, and then you take that experience with you and you go to A. Maybe it's your call, right? So then you can be the king. You show them that what you were losing. Okay. So
Yeah.
you can do a lot of things with the knowledge. So knowledge is basically creating the value in this world, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And when we add knowledge to ourselves, we become valuable, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we will try to do as much as possible in this training, and we should continue to learn lifelong, right? And we become valuable because world is not going to be technologically, it's not going to undo itself. It's going only to advance itself. Read this.
Projects fail in the beginning, not in the end.
Yeah, the project fail in the beginning itself, but the failure is not visible until you reach the end. So basically, the failure could be due to incomplete requirement gathering and not following the project management process, or not using the Primavera, or not using the Primavera properly. So we must always apply the fundamentals of the project management. So what is the project management? It is the application of the knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectation. That is the project management, right? So what kind of knowledge, skills, tools? Both. You need your engineering knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques, and also your project management. So they go hand in hand. Who is the stakeholder? Stakeholder is you. Stakeholder is your team. Stakeholder is the client, his team. Stakeholder is your boss, your vendors, your subcontractors, because everybody is part of the project success. Everybody wants a project to be completed successfully, because successful completion of project brings in lot of benefits, right?
Yes.
It brings benefits to all, right? So
Yes.
when you make something, when you make a highway or a bridge, it saves time for a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
So it leads to the progress of the overall community. So in the Primavera, you can deal with the sub-projects. Sub-projects are components of a project that are often contracted out. See, it is so simple. Components of a project that are often contracted out. So guys, you tell me a good example of a sub-project from real life. You know it. You know it. You just have to recall it and tell me.
So,
Third-party vendors.
See, I'll just tell you. Guys, have you ever seen any construction company making their own lifts and installing it?
no.
No. So who does that? It is done by another company which is specialized into making lifts. So the lift making company is a contractor. They take contracts to fit the lifts in the various buildings, right?
Yes.
That's a what is a lift? Lift is a component of a building, yes or no?
Yes.
What are the other components of the building? The other components of the building are the HVAC unit, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, air filtering unit. That's another component. Another component is the power supply, wiring, cable, CCTV, the security system, the sensors. All these are the sub-components of the building. These jobs are contracted out. So that's why these jobs are called the sub-project. Why they are called the sub-project? Because they are subject to constraint from the main project. The main project sets a limitation of time, limitation of money, and the limitation and the acceptance criteria of the quality. That's why they are the sub-project. What is a program? It consists of a group of projects supporting broad general goals and managed in a coordinated way. So that's a program, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so we will see that how the Primavera can support us in managing the projects and the programs and of course the projects. Now, this is the life cycle of a project, right?
Yes.
So this is taken from the PMB, okay? So the first one is the initiating. So this is the first phase. So initiating means that you are having an initial contact with a prospective client. You are trying to determine what is the requirement of the client. Can you technically fulfill the requirement? Is the requirement commercially feasible for you to undertake? So if it is so, if it is technically possible and it is commercially a good and a profitable business, so what you will do, you will sign a contract with the client, right? So at the initiating end of the initiating, what you get is a contract. Okay. Then once you sign the contract, then you start planning out the details. So what do you do? So you plan out the scope, you plan out the schedule, you plan the resources, you plan the risk management, quality management, communication management, stakeholder management. Okay, so you plan all these knowledge areas. So at the end of the planning, so what do you get? Baseline plan, right?
Yes.
Okay, then you start doing the work. So once your planning is complete, so what you do is start doing the work. So doing the work is executing. So while doing the work, you monitor, you watch and bring in the actual values, right? And after doing that, you do the controlling. So controlling means that comparing and taking a corrective action. So once you complete the execution, so what do you get? Hmm? Product which is of acceptable quality, right?
Yeah.
So then what do you get at the end of the closing? So when you do the closing process, you are basically cleaning up the site and making sure you have matched up all the green criterias. You have basically given the client all the trainings, documents, and manuals. So what you get is a natural closure, natural completion. Yeah. This is called a natural completion, or you can say that this is a graceful exit, right?
Yeah.
So, these are the phases of the project life cycle. Okay. Now, so I've drawn a shade over this. I've drawn a shade over this. So after I've drawn a shade over this, so what do you think it is? I'll tell you what it represents. This is basically area of Primavera's control on the project's life cycle. Read this, guys. Read this.
Okay. I should read which area of Primavera's control on the project's life cycle.
So you want this control, yes or no?
Sorry?
You want this control? As a project manager, you got to have this control, right?
Yes. You have to have control. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
you should be in control of the project. You know what is the
Yes.
variance happening. Maybe the project is in a good shape or a bad shape, but you should every time you should know that where it is, right? Just like a pilot is flying a plane, he's flying through a turbulence. He knows that how much good or bad this situation is, so that he can take a corrective action, right?
Yes.
So that's what it is. So in the beginning, you don't have the Primavera. So what do you have in the beginning? So in the beginning, you have softwares like PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
So basically what do? You make presentation to the client. So once you agree to do the project, and then you start, looking into his information, his requirements, and then if you're sure that you can do it and you can basically make some good profit out of it, then you will sign a contract and then the rest happens. Right? Okay, guys, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. So, guys, any questions on this? Naked, do you have any questions on this?
No.
Okay, fine. So we will move to the next slide and I will show you more concepts. So just a moment. So we have this, this is the project life cycle. This is how it works. So this is the phase. What is the first phase? Starting the project. So starting the project is initiating phase, right? It's like this. So what you have next, organizing and preparing, which is the planning phase. Then carrying out the work is the execution phase. Okay, it is the execution phase. Now, it has been observed from the statistics as gathered by the PMI that out of the total project budget, 68 to 72% of the entire project is utilized in carrying out the work, that is the execution. Now, what is the lesson learned? The lesson learned is that we must be careful. Before we reach the execution phase, we must do the meticulous initiating, then meticulous planning, and then in the execution, we can have a very least variance of the execution, right? So why? The reason being that if you make a mistake of $1, see, if you make a mistake of $1 here, the correction of the mistake will take you $10. It's like this. It will take you $10 to correct. Right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So basically in the initiating and the planning, also most of the time where we are doing that initiating and planning. See, in the initiating and planning, we are inside the computer. These days, we don't even use paper unless and until something is final, right? We can continue to iterate inside the computer. It will take some extra man hours. But when we do the execution where we are on site, right?
Yes.
And when we are on site, we use men, machine, and material, right? In which
Yes.
we all use all the four resources. So when we use all these four resources, these are the physical things that we use. And if we make a mistake, then what happens? So then we have to spend a lot of money correcting that mistake. That might be in the tune of, say, 10 times. If we make a mistake in the initiating or the planning. So if you make a mistake of, say, $1, right? So how much it may cost you to fix it? It might cost you hardly like sort of $0.05, right?
Yeah.
That's very small amount of the money, but here it's going to cost you 10 times as much. So that might include even the cost of litigation, then the compensation and the delay in the project, liquidated damages, lot of legal actions, that is, you make sure that, so you should be doing this very diligently, right? You should be spending a lot of good time here and use the Primavera. So when you do the execution, so you got to do very close monitoring and controlling, and when you close the project, right? So it's going to be cool, right? Coolly you can close the project, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So basically the Primavera is useful in this way also in the project life cycle. Okay. Now, so I think this is all the concept. Now I'm going to this slide. So do you have any doubts on this? Do you have any questions regarding the 5 phases of the project and the utility of the Primavera? Basically, the utility of the Primavera is to control the entire life cycle end to end, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, then we go to the program and sub project. That's clear. And is this clear? The project failed in the beginning. How? Because if your requirement gathering is incomplete, if you're not using the project management, guys, remember, Primavera works within the ecosystem of the project management. Primavera doesn't work outside the ecosystem of the project manager. It's a tool of the project manager, right? And the project manager implements the project management processes, discipline, and the documentation, communication, meetings. He creates an ecosystem of the project management. Within that, the Primavera works. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. So this is clear. What are the benefits of the planning?
Yes.
So basically, we are very smart, we are efficient, we look good to the client regarding the quality and the value. Client feels that, these are the guys, they project honor before the time, they are able to give me the quality product, and they they are charging me less, right? Project fail at the beginning, keep that in mind. And then what you have, so this is the way you complete a product, right? From design to plan, from plan to execution, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, and there is no shortcut here. If you apply a shortcut, then you are in trouble. Okay, so is this clear? Triple constraint. Constraint means limitation, but not blocker, right? So we have to determine the limitation of the time, limitation of the cost, and the total work to be done so that we can achieve the quality. Now, what is the philosophy of the PMI? PMI says quality has to be planned in. Quality cannot be inspected in, because by the time you inspect something, it might be too late, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so just keep these things in mind. Now we are going to take a break for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, we'll be going hands-on. And Neke, I'll be using your system to start with, right?
Okay.
Fine. So during the start, Neka,
Yes.
you share your screen.
I should share my screen. Okay.
Okay, now we can see your screen. So now you maximize the Primavera and bring up the Primavera on the screen.
Primavera. I should open my Primavera.
Yeah, the Primavera is open. You just have to maximize it. You just have to click it and you make it maximized. Your Primavera is open. You have already logged in. Yeah, that's right. Okay, now you just give me the screen control. So let me make the screen comfortable for you and for the others.
Okay.
You just approve the control. Yes,
Okay.
that's right. So I got the control now. So actually, I think that you have a very big monitor, right? You have got 24 inches or 27 inches.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So let me optimize the screen size so that we can see the Primavera to the max. Actually, the Primavera is spread very wide, and the controls are becoming very small. And not everybody is using a big monitor. I'm using 27 inches, but I believe the rest of the guys, they might be using lesser than that. So let me bring up the setting. Can you maximize the setting? Are you in the double monitor mode?
Yes.
Okay, just do one.
I have my laptop and the monitor.
Yeah, so you just do one thing. So
Yeah.
just go into the duplicate mode. You just you press the window P and you select the option duplicate. Because I'm on your screen, so when I'm on your screen, you can use the duplicate mode. When I'm not on your screen, you will switch over to the extended mode.
Okay.
So basically what you can see in the project name column, you can see the list of the projects which are contained inside the Primavera database, right? So right now you have not loaded any project. That's why it says no current project loaded into memory. That's how you can read that. Now you guys, you select the Saratoga Senior Community. You right click. You select Saratoga Senior Community and right click. Yeah, Nega, grab the mouse, get into
Okay.
action. Yeah, get
Okay.
to work. This is
Okay.
practical, open project. I hope that you are using a wired mouse, which is very, very comfortable and quick responding device.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you are in the activities tab, and at the same time, you can see the name of the project, right?
Yes.
Hmm. So this is the project. Once it is loaded into the memory, it is displayed on the top row of the interface. Now, there are certain more things that we can load. Once a project is loaded, you can load the WBS. So WBS is contained inside the project. So you click on this button, these two blue buttons, and you click it, and you will see the WBS load into it. Now we can also see a list of the resources if we click on the resource button. So this is a human icon, but it represents three resources: man, machine, material, right? You can see a list of man, machine, material if you click the resource button. So you click it. So you can see the resources tab. Now there is one more thing that we need to see, that is the reports. Reports are very, very important. So you got to see these 5 tabs early in the morning. So when you start your day, make sure guys that you have these 5 tabs on. So I'll not only be teaching you the Primavera, I'll be teaching you project management, and I will teaching you, more important is experience. Because I want you to have from this training, from 3 days of the training, you got to have the experience level of at least for 2 to 3 years, right? So I'm trying my best so that, basically what is an experience? Experience is a permanent memory. I will make sure that you have permanent memory. So guys, tell me one thing. Do you guys remember Baba Black Sheep?
Yes.
Yeah, it means that you have a good memory. You have a good memory. Yeah. So we will use that talent again, right? And we will create good memories and permanent memories. So that will count as an experience, right? Fine. Now you click on the project tab. So, Shabiullah, you are here?
Yes.
Okay. Arif, you are here?
Yes. Yes.
Mahendra, you are here?
Yes, sir.
You guys are doing it?
Yes.
Yes, now I started, by the way.
No, you have to first, you just tell me once you are synchronized. I want everybody to be synchronized. Step
Now
by,
I started since project tab actually.
okay? You synchronize and let me know. We are,
Sir, how can remove tab? I open one more tab.
just don't worry.
Resource assignment.
Just don't worry. You let the tab be there. First, you open these 5 tabs. Okay, don't worry about the extra
Yes.
tabs. I will tell you later in a while. Okay, first you make sure that you have these 5 tabs.
I just have projects,
Yes. Yes.
resources, and reports. Where is WBS? I couldn't find out.
Yeah, so basically, did you load a project into the memory like this? Did you open a project or not?
Not yet, I think.
So you select right click on the Saratova senior community. You right click here and then you select the option open project. And this project will get loaded into the memory and you will have the activities tab. Do it.
Okay, I'm just opening this project.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I got projects, activities, resources, and reports.
Yes.
Where is WBS? I couldn't find out.
You click on this blue button. So WBS is the work breakdown structure inside the project, which is used to
Okay,
the activities, right? You click this button and you will have the WBS tab also. Your tabs may be in different sequence, but don't worry, you should have 5 tabs at least, right? If
yeah.
extra tabs, you also don't worry, right? Now, guys, you click on the project tab. Come back to the project tab.
Okay.
You are here already. Neka, you are here.
Yes.
Okay, so guys, you are here on the project tab. You are all synchronized.
Yes.
Yes.
So guys, those of you who are seated in a quiet room and your mic is not giving any loop back or that whistling sound, please keep your mic on, right? I want everybody to be connected with me at all the time. So this is my training style. I am not trying to teach the whole world. I'm just trying to teach a few dedicated individuals, those who are serious about their career, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. So that is good enough for me. Now, the next part of the screen is your main menu. So the main menu has got the main options, right? So file, edit, view, project, enterprise, tool, admin. These were basically, they have been around for a very long time. Their style is drop down. So they drop down like a curtain, right? Like a curtain unrolls from the top. So Neka, you click on the file. So once you click on the file, you will see it drops downwards. In case you had a slower computer, you can actually see it dropping down. Since we don't have slow computers these days, we can't see it. It just appears in an instant, in a flash, right? But it is actually unrolling downwards. That's why we call it a drop down. So, it has laid out all the commands here. So what are the commands? Control N. So that new project, open project, close all the projects, set up the page, set up the printer, preview the print, right? Print it, import data, export data, send a project, send a portfolio, refresh data from the server. You can do all these things. These are the commands under the file collection. Now, if you want to hide this, drop down, click on a blank spot. This is a blank spot. This is a blank spot. This is a blank spot. So blank spot, when you click on a blank spot, it disturbs nothing, right? And it closes the drop down, right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Now there is
Yes.
one more way to get the drop down menu. So there are two ways. One is the mouse and one is the shortcut. So I think you should be proficient in both. So whatever is nearer to your left hand. Now with your left hand, you press Alt F with your left hand. Press the Alt button and press the F button. Do you see that? File menu comes up. Now you want to hide it with the button itself. Press the Escape key, which is in the top left corner of your screen. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Now you press Alt,
Yes.
you will see another menu come up on the screen, Alt V. Do you see that? So you have got
Yes.
a menu, but if you would notice that the view menu is the longest. Its drop down is going from top to the bottom, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'll tell you something more about it, about the menu structures of the Primavera. In the Primavera, you will not be able to remember all the buttons, all the this thing. So basically what Primavera does, it has provided some of the commands directly on the menu panel. Do you see this? Let me mark them for you. So this is replicated here. This is replicated here, but you have to recognize the symbol, right? You should remember the symbols, right? So this is also replicated here, some of the commands. In the menu, you can see the icon plus the text, but on that is the panel, right? You can directly see the picture icon. So picture icon, so when you use it at least once, it will acquire a meaning. So very soon you will know what is the meaning of this symbol, what does it mean, and what you can do with that. It will come with a practice, and which we will do intensively, right? We will be able to remember them and use them. Yes. So Nega, you do this thing. This guys, let me tell you one thing. There might be a zoom bar on your screen. Please bring it down here. Do you see the red patch? Please bring it down here. This is the empty space. You park it here, right? Yeah. Bring it down. Yeah, bring it down. Make sure that you have a clear view on the top. This is the empty space, you know. So you go to some place and you find a nice empty spot for your big car. So you park it there, okay? Fine. So this is how it works. So you can see that, this is basically the same options have been replicated. Why? So that you can access them in a single click. With a single click, you can get these commands. Now, to close this menu, press the escape button. Now you can see that if you press the escape, so it goes away. So there are two ways, with the mouse and with the shortcut. And you will see that how do you recognize a shortcut? So guys, in the enterprise, do you see there is an underscore under the letter N? You see that? So actually the letter N is the shortcut for the enterprise option. If you press Alt N, you will see the enterprise option opening up. Right? And press escape. Right? So that's how it works. So there are certain things that you can recognize. So guys, tell me, what does it look like?
Save.
What is that icon? I mean, can you recognize an object, real life object with that?
Printer.
Save. Print. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically it has got a printer functionality, right? So it has been drawn up like a printer, right? Now you look at this one. So what does it look like to you?
Filter.
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 So
Filter.
this is used to filter the data. On most of the screen, it can filter the data. It can narrow down the data as displayed on the screen. Now I want you to look at these two. So what does it look like?
Zoom
Zoom.
out and zoom in.
Zoom.
Zoom.
Zoom out and
Zoom.
zoom in. So these are like lenses. With a lens functionality, we can zoom in into the data and we can zoom out of the data. So, some of them you can recognize, and many of them you will recognize after you use them. Or there is a document that I will tell you. So in that document, all these are printed. You can print that document and you can keep that document in front of you on your table and you can look at that one very frequently. And when you look at that one frequently, so you will be able to remember them very quickly, right? I want an accelerated experience for you guys so that you are able to proficiently use all the interface. Now we focus on the next part of the screen. The next part of the screen, so this is called the panel menu. So this is the panel menu, top panel 1, top panel 2, and this is the left panel and this is the right panel. Now you will notice that the top panel is blank. It doesn't have anything. Yes, we have to create that one because the panel menus, these are flexible, these are configurable, these are basically sequenceable. We can sequence them, we can add more buttons, we can make it comfortable. We will very soon configure the panel 2. But you remember the positioning: top panel 1, top panel 2, left panel, right panel, right? These are the 4 panels which can be configured by you, just like your electrical panel where you can put your switches according to the requirement of this situation, and then you can use it comfortably to control various equipments, right? So it is just like that. So these have the menu icons. So these menu icons will acquire a meaning in our minds as we use them, right? And as we learn them from the printout. So that's your panel menus. Now, the next part of the screen is the tabs. So right now we have this 5 tabs on, right? So 5 tabs are showing you the project data, activities data, WBS data, resource data, report data, right? Okay, so let me, just like in the browsers, when you open multiple sites, so you can see various tabs, right, guys? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So if you want to switch from one site to another site, you will select the tab. You will open first multiple sites, and sometimes we just keep them on, right? We might need to look at them after some time. So we don't basically close the site, we keep them on. So which leaves us with various tabs. So these tabs will be showing you in small, they will be showing you the name of the site which is open, and then you can switch to the particular site by clicking. So it works in the same way here. So it is the same concept. So inside the tab, we have got basically window and sub window, right? This is the big window frame. And within the big window frame, what we have is the sub window. So this side of the window, it is called table, and the right side of the window, this is the Gantt chart, and the lower part of the sub window, this is the details. So let me label them so that you can remember them. Table. And table is consisting of columns. Table is consisting of columns, and on the right side, what we have, this is called the Gantt chart. So this chart was created by Henry Gantt in 1910, and this makes it easier for the project manager to understand the time schedules. And the durations can be seen visually as the length of the bar. This is called the timeline. So the timeline is measured against the time scale. So this is the timeline. And what you have on the top, that is the time scale. So time is being represented like a scale. Just like scales, they have units of the length, units of the measurement of length. So we have got meter, and the subunit of the meter is a centimeter, subunit of the centimeter is millimeter. You can see the top level unit of the time has been used here, which is the year, right? Do you see that there are 2 layers in the time scale? Year And what is the subunit of the year? Quarters, right? So guys, do you understand quarter? How many months are there in one single quarter? Tell me, Neka.
3.
Three. And which months are there in the quarter one?
January, February, March. January,
So
February, March.
correct, correct. So, these are fixed by humanity. These are global understanding, right? So everybody understands that the year is easy to understand if I refer to the quarter. So basically the quarters are referred when you have some events happening over a period of 2 to 3 months. So you say, this is going to stretch over a quarter. Or this is, if it is a shorter event, you say this job can be done within a month. So if it is shorter, you say we can do it in a week, we can do it in a day, or we can do it in a matter of the hours, right? We use various units of time, the various measurements of time to refer to the activities that we may plan to do. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, the third part of the screen, it is called the detailed window. Detailed. So it shows you the details and how to show you the details. So guys, there is some noise, banging noise. Please stop it. This is the information tabs. Make sure that your room is quiet. Okay. Information tabs. So sometimes if you're sharing a room, you can just mute your mic. Okay. These are the information tabs, right? So Nega, you bring that down. You bring that thing down. You can keep this here always. Just don't worry. I'll tell you where you can keep that zoom bar. You keep it here. That is the parking. Yeah, bring it down. Just keep this because you need to have a clear view of the top, right? Okay,
Okay.
right. Because you will need to click the button. Let the space be used for the zoom bar. Now, you can see that we have these three windows and these are separated by the partition, right? We have got a vertical partition which you can basically grab and drag, right? With the mouse, and for grabbing and dragging and picking something, what is the best? Wide mouse. That's why I say wide mouse, because you have to do a lot of this thing throughout the day. And you just imagine when you are a Primavera resource, when you are considered a Primavera resource, you are in the position of someone who needs to use the Primavera throughout the day. Definitely, this wide mouse will help you a lot getting the job done quickly, right? So you might have many people waiting on you, right? Okay. So this is the horizontal partition. You can use the mouse and you can basically do the same actions in the Excel, right? And you must have done them many times, right? To resize the columns and the rows. Okay, so now we move to the next tab, that is activities. So guys, click on the activities tab. So Neka, you click on the activities tab. So the activities tab is also having the same structure. Guys, look, I'm going to bring this partition and align them with the drawing, right? And you can see the same structure. You have got a table, you have got a Gantt chart, and then you have got the details. So why do you have a Gantt chart here, guys? Let me tell you. There are three items: projects, activities, and WBS. Remember, projects, activities, and WBS, they have a component of time. And to represent the time visually and to understand it better, so we need to use the Gantt chart. So that's why, these three items will have the Gantt chart also, right? Is that clear? Now click on the WBS. Okay, so once you have clicked on you click on the WBS, not,
Yes.
yeah, WBS. So you can see, let me bring this, let me align the partitions with the drawing. Because the drawings are fixed, right? So you can see that the WBS, which is the work breakdown structure. What is the work breakdown structure? Work breakdown structure is the we can say logical grouping of a set of activities. You will understand it more when you start to use it, but I'm putting something into your mind, okay? So you just keep these things in your mind. WBS is logical grouping of activities which is used to organize the project in a understandable and readable format. So the sequence of the creation is like this. You will first create a project, then you will create the WBS, and then you will create activities. But for the purposes of the learning, we'll start with the activities directly. But of course, when we do the project, we will do three projects. We will do one small project, then we'll do a mid-size project, then we will do a full-size industrial grade project, right? So this is how your learning will be scaled up. Okay, slowly and slowly you will be taken to the industrial grade, industrial level project details. So you will be creating WBS. So WBS, it shows you the logical group. So we create the WBS here, like we created, there is a WBS name building, right? If I go to the activities tab, so I can see building here. So here I can't modify this. So if I have to modify or change it, I'll have to come into the WBS tab. The WBSs are maintained, created and updated from WBS tab. So WBS also has the component of time. To represent the time for the WBS, the time scale is required, and basically the time scale and timeline is part of what? It is part of Gantt chart. So Henry Gantt, he could visualize these things in his mind, but then people, you would ask him questions. So why these activities, they can be done so fast? Then he said, look, many activities are being done in parallel, right? Do you see this? Many of the activities are in parallel. Do you see this in the yellow shaded portion? Basically the addition of time is not linear. It's not always like a 4 plus 4 equal to 8. Sometimes 4 plus 4 equal to 4 also, right? Is that clear? If you do two activities 4 days in parallel, so what is the total duration? 4. So which can be understood from the graphical representation, right? So that's how the time scale basically helps. Time scale combined with timeline, and there are more things inside the Gantt chart. As they come up on the screen, then I will explain to you. Then we focus on the third part of the screen. The third part of the screen is very, very simple. It is called the details. And if you click something on the top, its details are revealed here in the information tabs, right? You can see building 1, WBS name, then structure, then roof. So if you want to write a note about something, you can write a note, more details and more details. And these tabs, they will be different for different entities. For example, the tabs for the project will be different, right? For the project, what do we have? General information, notebook, then spending log, dates, defaults, all these information will be there. Now, I want you to click on the resource. You select the resource, click on the resource. So in the resource, the resources, they do not have any time component. Resources, they do not have duration. Resources are forever, right? See, the activities, projects, and the WBs, they have a limited time duration. But the resources are forever. If you create a resource, it just stays there in the database. Resources don't have any time duration. So that's why for the resources, we do not require a Gantt chart. So what do we have here? We have a table and we have a details window here, right? And this details window is flexible to move. You can drag it up, you can drag it down to give it more space, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
So it has got two parts only, table and details. Now we come to the third one, that is the reports. So this reports is also having the same structure. It has got table and it has got details. But remember guys, one thing, this part of the basically, this partition is fixed. This is not draggable. You can't drag it. So I'm just letting you know in advance so that it doesn't come as a surprise to you. In the reports, basically in the reports window, the lower detail part is fixed. Try to drag it. Nika, try to drag it so that you can remember.
It's not working.
Yeah, so basically it is fixed, okay, because it has got very limited amount of the information. So they have kept it fixed so that it is always displayable within this size only. Okay, so now there can be more tabs. Okay, on the during the day, you might be opening more tabs than this, not only these 5 tabs. But why I'm talking about these 5 tabs? Because these 5 tabs are very, very important. And when you start the Primavera in the morning, okay, I'm telling you in the professional role, when you start to work in the project, so you must keep these 5 tabs open. So these will be used throughout the day. That's why. So remember, projects, activities, WBS, resource reports. And guys, remember, the project tab, I mean, the activities in the WBS tab, it is dependent upon loading a project. At least one project should be loaded into the memory. So if you don't have any project loaded into the memory, these 2 tabs will disappear. These two tabs only appear if you have any project, because these two tabs basically they derive their data from a project loaded into the memory, right? If you unload a project from the memory, these two tabs will disappear. For example, so guys, do this thing, press the button Control W. Control W actually remove the project from the memory. Control W. Use your left hand. You can do it with only with your left hand. And click on the yes button. Do you want to close the project? So what you have done, you have closed the project. Project is unloaded. Read. Read on the top.
No current projects.
Yeah, if you don't have any current project loaded into the memory, so you won't have any activities tab, nor you will have the WBS tab. And then you will see most of the interface buttons are deactivated because those buttons are related to the project data. If you don't have the project data in your memory, in your computer memory, so they won't be activated. Now you come to the list of the projects here. We will load them once again, right? Now you select the Saratoga Senior Community project and right click, open the project. So you will see the project will be loaded into the memory, you will be brought into the activities tab, and then of course the WBS button will also become active, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now these tabs are actually repositionable. You can move their positioning. Suppose you want to move, for example, suppose you want to move the reports tab to the left side. So what you can do, you can grab this tab. So guys, do you see the outline?
Yes.
Actually, it is the outline of the reports tab which is under the grab of the mouse. Now I'm releasing the grab, right?
Yeah.
So once I release my grabbing action, the reports is placed here. So, okay, Nega, you do this thing for practice. You grab this and take it back to the extreme right.
Okay.
Grab it and drag it in the straight line. So once you grab, you will see outline. Click.
Is it left click or right click? It's left click.
No, you just, yeah, it is the left click. Yeah, left click. That is the normal. Yeah. Yeah. Grab, left
I should
click.
grab the reports. The report is not clicking.
Reports. Yeah. You grab the reports just like in the browser, right? In the browser, you can move side from left to right. Okay. You just grab it, click.
It's not. I clicked. It's not. It's not highlighting it. But for the
No.
okay.
Yeah. Drop. Do it again. Try and try again till you succeed. Yeah. Release it. Actually, you are not releasing it on the resources. See, you are releasing it much far ahead. So I'll just show it to you. See, I've clicked the buttons. I mean the mouse's left button, right? So this is grab. So once I grab and then I start to drag, you see the
Okay.
outline. I'm gently moving the outline up to the resource. Then I drop it here. I don't drop it outside the resource. I drop it on top of the resource. So when I drop it on top of the resource, it occupies the position of the resource tab
Okay.
and it moves the resource toward the left, right? Okay, so this is how you can do it. So you'll be able to do it. Okay. Now let's move to the next part of the interface. Basically, in the interface, what we have is the table, Gantt chart, and the details window. Now we are going to add more buttons, right? We are going to add more buttons. We are going to create the panel 2. As I told you that we have the panel 2, but it is now not visible because we haven't configured it yet. So guys, please come with me step by step. Everybody please confirm that you are synchronized. Click on the view. So guys, did you click on the view? Okay, in the view menu
Yes.
down, you will see there's an option here toward the bottom. You will see toolbars. From the toolbars, on the right side, you select the customize option, which is at the bottom. Customized. So it will be like this: view, toolbars, customize. So guys, you tell me, are you at the customized toolbox? Do you have this on the screen? Customize?
Yes, yes,
Everybody please confirm. Mahendra, please confirm. You have this? Arif?
Yes, sir.
Shabiullah?
Yes, sir.
yes.
Okay, you guys are all synchronized. That's good. Now we are going to basically add more buttons from this toolbox. Now you will select the action checkbox. Action is unchecked. You select action. So you will see as you are selecting these boxes, check boxes, the buttons are getting added on the top, right? Now you select the next,
Yes.
that is administrator. Then you select dictionaries. Then you select find. Then you select publish. Then you select reports. So you can see that, 6 layers of the buttons have been selected. So guys, please confirm that you are synchronized. You have got 6 layers of the new buttons.
Yes.
Okay, so if you have got all the 6, then you click on the close button in the toolbox. Close it. Right? Now, what we will do next, listen to me first. See, this is your button panel 2. So we have to bring all the buttons here, but we have to do it in a sequence, right? Okay, so this is the first one is the action down. The second in the row is just below the box. So guys, do you see that when I take my cursor to the left side, it turns into a claw, a grabbing claw, like a forklift. You must have seen a forklift, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically, this is a grabber. Now I'll tell you, you have to basically be very gentle. You have to actually move it in a straight line. You have to use the same care as you take when you're parking the car, when you're parking your car in a tight parking, especially in a tight parking. You drive very carefully. You look toward the left and the right. You make sure that you don't brush against any other car, right? And then you find a slot and you move your car in gently, right? Okay. So this is the same caution you'll have to exercise here. So just watch me for the first one. Rest you will do it yourself, right? So what I'm doing, I'm grabbing. I move it in a straight line. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now I'm near an empty slot, right? And I push it there gently. Do you see that? So you do the same action in a gentle manner, okay? So let me guide you. So you grab it from here, bring it up to here and push it into the empty slot. And try to have good control on the mouse so that it moves in a straight line. Okay?
Okay.
Actually, you put it out of the sequence, you will notice that we moved the previous button, you bumped it out. See this, just a moment. Actually, this one is supposed to be on the second. Let me correct it, guys. You just wait for a moment. Actually, you actually don't basically bump. Actually, the existing set of the buttons will move out of the way. Actually, this one should be here. Okay, don't worry. You try the next one. So this one you move in a straight line up to here, then you push it here into the empty slot, right? You just follow the arrow and you will be fine. Okay, now you move the next one in the same way. So that was good. Yeah, move this. Okay, fine. So guys, please confirm that you have the same.
Yes.
Okay, now, once these buttons are in place, now we have to move another set of the buttons. So it's like this, this is one set of the buttons. Basically, the set of the buttons are distinguished by this. Do you see the dotted lines on the left side?
Yes.
That actually distinguishes the set of the button. That is the boundary line. So this is one set. That is the grabbing handle. Now, I would like you to move this here. I'm drawing a green box. What you have to do, you have to move it right. And then once you come near the parking area, you park it there into the green parking area. You grab that top set of the buttons, move it a little bit more, and bring it down. Yeah, bring it down so it will come and align. Just don't worry, bring it down. Yeah, but you're doing good. You bring it down more. Yes, you push it up, it will go up. Sometimes it jumps up and down. So you have done it, right? So this is the way you basically have aligned it on the second panel. Now, why I have done it, see, basically I'm teaching you experience as well, right? Not only teaching you the Primavera, not only the project management, the third, the element of the training, which is also very important. I'm transferring my experience so that you use the Primavera like an experienced person, not like a novice. So basically, this set of the buttons has a special, which from experience, I know that should be activated in the beginning. So this is one set of the buttons. So it has got more buttons inside it. So we are going to configure and use that special button. That button is very special and it has to be used as the first button, right? Okay, you click here. And you select add or remove the buttons. Now there is a button here, which is the special most button, is the lock all toolbars. Yeah. After that, you select expand all.
Which one?
Expand all as indicated by the arrow. Okay, I'm drawing the arrow. I'm sure you can see the arrow. No, you don't click on that. Basically, you clicked on the help. So you click on the triangle first, you select. Now look at the arrow. Look, you click this. Now look at the arrow. You see the red arrow?
Expand all, yeah.
Yeah, you select it. Then you select the next one. Yeah, click it. Yes. Now select the next one, collapse all. Then the next you select collapse all. Yes, that's it. So guys, you click on the blank spot and this will go away. Click on the blank spot. Now you can see that after clicking, you have a special button here. So what does it look like?
Padlock.
Yeah, so that's a padlock. Right? So the purpose of this button is very special. We use this button to basically lock all the toolbars. It locks the menus, it locks the toolbars, everything in place. Why? Because it has been observed that when you are using the mouse, sometimes the mouse will get entangled with the dragging handle. You see these handles? So
Yes.
entangled, it can get entangled. It can drag the button. It can drag the menu from one side of the screen to the other side, and it leads to a lot of wastage of time during the work hours. Right? You are under pressure to deliver something, and just imagine your buttons are lost. That's a pitiable situation. You should not fall into that. Okay, now you click this button, you will notice the dragging handles are gone. Now it makes the button safe, right? So it just basically, it locks all the buttons in place. That's why it is represented by a lock. Click on it once again, you will see the handles come back. If you want to reconfigure the menu, you can do it momentarily, but most of the times you will keep them locked, right? Click on the lock button again. So you can see that they are locked and all the buttons are safe. Now, what we will do, that we will now expand the button. See, you can still accidentally click a button, that's not going to hurt. But you know what hurts more? If the buttons are misplaced. If you click a button accidentally, that's not going to damage any data, do nothing. It will pop up something, then you can close it. That's it, right? Now we are going to expand the button sets for more buttons. You click here and you select add or remove the buttons. Then you select page setup. Then you select print setup. So once you've done that, you click on the blank spot and it goes away, right?
Yeah.
Now you click on the next one. Click on add or remove the buttons and then you select activity usage spreadsheet. Then you select a resource usage spreadsheet. Then you select arrange children. Okay. After that, you click on the blank spot and you will get rid of the drop down menu, right? Okay. Now we will work upon the next set. So here you look here. So guys, you look at the demo screen and you find the same spot on your screens also, right? So guys, I'm sure you are able to follow the demo. Shabiullah, is it clear?
Yes.
Mahendra, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Arif, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now click on add or remove the buttons on the same spot on your screen also. And then you select no bottom layout. You know, this is a very, very important button. You will use it at least 50 times in a day. You will use it subconsciously, right? You won't even count. So once I made a count, this is very important to have on the screen. Now click on the blank spot here. Now, after you've done that, you click on the next set. So here you will select new layout, open layout, save layout as, and then from the bottom you will select table font and row. And then you will select user preferences, right? Okay. Now click on the blank spot so that it goes away. Now you click on the next set of the, yeah.
1 minute, sir. This one I not yet added.
Okay, just a moment. So let
Can
me
you
help.
show again?
So from here you select the first four and the last two. So I'm going to tell you the name. New layout, open layout, save layout as, table font and row, and user preferences.
Yes. Open layout, a new layout, open layout,
Save layout,
save layout.
top four, save layout as,
Yes,
and
save layout is.
the last two.
Okay.
Table font and row and user preferences. These are very important buttons. All the six.
Okay, done.
Now you click on the blank spot here. Okay. Nega, now you click here on the last one. Select add remove buttons. From here, you are going to select the buttons, global change. Then you will select summarize. Then you will select recalculate assignment cost. And we select issue navigator. And we click on the blank spot here. Right? Okay. So guys, I believe that it's your prayer time. Do you want to go? Or you have a couple of minutes.
Yes, sir. It's now it's time.
Okay, fine. So guys,
to go.
we just
Sir, I need a minute.
at your now you click here. And then you select add or remove the buttons. Then you select commit changes. And then you select refresh data. And then you click here. Okay. Now you click here. Click on add or remove the buttons and you select enterprise project structure. Then you select roles.
Sorry to commute in this actually. I just lost it my connection. So could you please start it again?
Yeah, here you look at the screen and then you click here. So you click on this button. You find
Okay.
the spot on your screen. We started from here only. Then
Okay.
after clicking that button, then you select two buttons here, commit changes and refresh data. So we are from here. Okay. So we will continue once you confirm.
Uh, which button I need to add?
Look at the screen, man. Look, commit change.
Commit change.
Yeah, I have drawn the arrow. You can see the arrow, right?
Okay. Okay. All set.
Now you click on a blank spot somewhere else so that this menu goes away. And then we are going to work upon the next set of the buttons by clicking here. Click here. And then you will select from here row, enterprise project structure, roles, and OBS. These three buttons you are going to select. Okay, so after doing that, you click on the blank spot again. Now you click on the last set of the buttons at the bottom. You select add or remove the buttons. Then you select issues. Then you select assign baselines. Then you select maintain baselines. So guys, you are synchronized. You have selected the same.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Blank spot here. So is there any doubt to someone? Okay. So guys,
No.
then we work upon the right side. You click on this button on the right side. And from the right side, you will select dissolve, link activities, unlink activities. Then you will select undo. Then you will select fill down. So after you selected these, you click on the blank spot here. Okay. Now we are all done. So we have selected all the buttons which were required and some buttons were already there and then we have added more buttons. Now if you look at the screen looks more full. Now we will start using the buttons, right? So just make sure that you are on the project tab. Now, first thing that we are going to do, we are going to improve the font. So guys, if you look at the fonts carefully, okay, so you can read it, right? But once you improve it, once you select another font, you will see the readability increases. Why I'm doing that? Because I discovered all these years, then if you have a very nice and rounded, rounded, comfortable font, and if you're working on this Primavera thing at least 8 hours a day, it's quite comfortable, right? It doesn't put much strain on the eyes. So we will change the font in every tab. So first we'll start with the project. And after selecting the project tab, and then you will click on the font button here. Look at the top, the alphabet A. It is the table font and row. You click that button. So guys, you are here. Then you click on the font
Yes.
button alphabet A, B, C, D. So how to change the font? I'll show you the first one. First of all, you will backspace and delete the existing font, right? So you will backspace it and the box is clear. Then you will type the letter V, only one single letter, nothing else, right? Once you type V, the Vardhana font will come up. So you will select the Vardhana, Then you will select regular. So regular is already selected and the size is also selected, which is 8. That's fine. You will only select the font and ensure that it is regular 8, and then you click on the OK, and you will click on the OK once again.
Hmm.
Once you click
Sir,
on,
could you please repeat it again, this process for
yeah,
this font?
do it on the next tab also. Just don't worry. Okay. So do you see there is a change in the font here? So Neka, how do you feel? Does it look good? You can read it comfortably now? Okay, so Neka, I think you are on the mute.
Yeah, it's clearer now. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
clearer. Yeah, it's
So
bold. Yeah.
basically, we will be using font size 8 or 9. So if we have got more space, we can use 9, but we will start with 8. Now, guys, do the same thing again in the Activities tab. Select Activities. And once again, click on the font button. And then click on the font button once again. And you backspace and delete the existing font name. And then you type the letter V. V for Vardhana. Then you select the Vardhana font. And then it should be regular and 8, which it is. And then you click OK. And you click OK once again. And this is going to change the font, right? So basically, you have to do it every time for each of the tab, and it's a one-time job, right? You do it for the WBS, then resource, then reports, right? So make sure that you're using the Vardhana font. Vardhana font is good for reading and printing also. It gives a very good printout. Okay, so you can see that by changing the font, so your readability has improved a lot, and you can come back to the project tab. Okay, you select the project tab here. Okay, so guys, have you changed your fonts on all these 5 tabs?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So basically, we will come across new tabs also. So when we get another tab, so if we need, we will be using the same font. That is the Vardhana Regular 8. Sometimes we might even use the 9 also if the space permits. Okay. Now
Okay.
we are going to learn the use of the button. So we will start with this pair of this button. This is a pair of the buttons. So these are complementary buttons. So these are a pair. Now you click on the left side button, that is table button. If you click that, you will notice something. Did you notice something?
Yeah, the Gantt chart is empty.
Yeah, the Gantt chart space, actually the Gantt chart is hidden. The space which is allocated for the Gantt chart, so that space is available to view more columns. So sometimes there would be the situation where you need to only look at the column data and not the Gantt chart. And of course, you can add more columns here. Right now, it shows you 4 columns. And very soon we are going to add more columns and fill the entire screen with columns only. So there will be a point where you are not interested to see the Gantt chart, and then you can click this button and you can hide the Gantt chart. Now you click on the right side button, that is the Gantt chart, you will get back. So you get the Gantt chart. Now how to remember this? So guys, you click it a total of 20 times. So you do it like this. You click on the Gantt chart and mentally you tell yourself Gantt chart. Then you click on the left side, you tell yourself table. Gantt chart, table, Gantt chart, table, and you do it 20 times, right? And you make it a permanent memory. Neka, just go ahead and click 20 times. Now click on the table and you tell yourself mentally table,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, table, Gantt chart, table,
Yeah,
Gantt chart,
yeah.
table, Gantt chart, 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 table, and Gantt chart.
So once it is 20, so you are good. So basically, we are trying to create permanent memories. Because, and I've been in senior positions where I had the opportunity to look through the CVs of people and find out if people have that much experience as claimed on the CVs, right? So
Yeah.
basically, I had people, those who had lesser number of experience, but they had greater knowledge. And then there were people, those who have actually worked 4 years, 5 years, but they had lesser knowledge. The quality of the knowledge also matters, not only the numbers. So the basically, if you are very much interested in your job, you like it, you love it, you are passionate, so you can learn things and your experience can be concentrated. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to inculcate here, that so basically, you can create permanent memories, and permanent memories they work like experience, right? When you do
Okay.
this repeatedly, they get ingrained into your brain, and human brain is very powerful. Sometimes we are occupied in our day-to-day survival that we do not try to use our memories. So that's why I tell people to isolate themselves for 3 days, and you do this training with me. So once you have done that, you have trained your mind to create permanent memory. And permanent memory is what? Experience,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so that's what it is. Suppose we had some way to make it permanent, then you can claim on your resume, yeah, I know everything and I've got 10 years of experience with Primavera, and you can actually do it, right? But we are trying to do that in a short span of time, right? Right.
Yes.
So this is going to be remembered, and of course we are going to use it for the next 3 days. Now I'll tell you another set of the buttons which are complementary. So this is details and this is no details. Now you click on the right side button and you tell yourself no details. You click on the button. No, you click inside the button. So what do you observe?
No details.
No details. Do the same thing. Details, no details. Do it a total of 20 times.
Details, no details. 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 Details, no details, details, no details, details, no details, details, no details, details, and no details.
Okay, so basically, this hides the details and shows the details. Now, make sure, guys, that the details are hidden. For one last time, we will have the full view. So we can see the full data, right? We can see the full data in the table, and we can see the full data in the Gantt chart, right? Okay, now there is another pair of the buttons which are complementary. These are not only complementary, but these buttons are mutually exclusive. Only one of the button can be active at one time. Right now, the double minus button is active. You click that button. Click the double minus button and see what happens on the screen. On the screen, what happens?
It takes out the table, the table and the Gantt chart.
Yes, so it collapses the entire data. All it goes is to the top row. Now do this 20 times. You tell yourself expand all, collapse all, expand all, collapse all. Now you tell yourself expand all. You click on the left side button.
Yeah. Okay.
Expand all.
Okay. Expand all and collapse all. 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 Expand all and collapse all.
Yeah, that's right. So for one more time, you click and you expand all. You can see that all the data is being displayed here, which is basically showing you all the projects, right? Now, there is one more button which is also related to these two. So this button is on the right side, and this button is indicated as plus minus, right? Now, you click that button, click on the plus minus button here. So once you click on the plus minus button, you will see a pop-up box. So this is collapse 2. So let me help you. Let me move this box a little bit toward the right. And then it has got a drop down. You select from here level 1, and then you click on the apply button. Yeah, select level 1 and click apply. Okay, so what you're seeing is the level 1 of the data, right? So that is the enterprise.
Okay.
Now you select level 2 and apply. So what you're seeing is the level 2 of the data. Now let me explain to you what is the level 1. So on the level 1, you are seeing the word enterprise. So guys, tell me that what is the meaning of the word enterprise? And it's a common word in English, right? So I'm sure that you have heard it, you have used it. What is enterprise?
It's a group.
Company name.
Group.
Yeah, group of what?
Company.
Group of companies.
Yes, yes. So enterprise is a group of companies which is running diverse businesses, right? So let me write it here. And this is headed by a role called CEO. Okay. So basically, what is the CEO full form? What is the full name?
Chief Executive Officer.
Chief Executive
Officer.
Officer.
Basically, the purpose of the role, the functionality of this role is that he is the person, he is responsible for the profitability. He ensures that he has a vision, he has ideas, and he ensures that the businesses which are running under this group, these are profitable at all the times. All the business are doing profitable work. And if there is an opportunity to start a new line of business, he will start it. So this line of business, which you can see here, engineering, energy, in project management, they have a different word, which is called a portfolio. And portfolio is managed by the portfolio manager, right? Now, let me tell you, we have used this word commonly. We say, oh, that guy, he's a very enterprising fellow in the family, right? So he is able to do so many things. He is able to make so much business contacts, right? He is able to do so much business. So he's an enterprising fellow. So what is an enterprise? See, guys, that what happens that whenever a person starts a business, right? So usually the people start with one business. Have you seen any person starting multiple businesses at the same time and becoming successful?
No.
No. Basically, what the person will do, he will first start one business and he will learn the ropes of it. He will face the ups and downs, and one fine day, his business will be stabilized. And if he's smart enough, you know what this guy will do? He will hire a person to manage the business, right? And he will free up his time to study more businesses, opportunities. And he will start another business. He will stabilize that business also. He will invest in that one, and he will stabilize it with his vision and his abilities and his strategies and his plans and his decisions, right? So he will stabilize that business, and he will hire a portfolio manager, and he will look for another opportunity. That's how the businesses grow, and these businesses are diverse. And I have the nearest example to the Ireland would be UK. In the UK, you have the Virgin Group, right? So the Virgin Group is headed by the CEO, Sir Richard Branson. So basically, it is the Virgin Airlines, then there is Virgin Music, then there is Virgin Galactic. You're starting a new business in which you have space tourism, right? And people, those who are physically fit and willing and have the money to pay, so you will be taken to the space and you will be taken into the Earth orbit. Maybe you will be orbiting the Earth a couple of times, then brought back, right? So that's another business he is going to start, right? Okay.
Yes.
So basically, he might start another business, another business. So he would be looking for opportunities to invest and start new ones. If some business is not basically selling any current product which is not useful these days, so that might be shut down, and that's normal, right? So these days, do you find people buying CDs and DVDs?
No.
No. So do you know how the Netflix started? So when I was in the US, the Netflix was basically Big Flicks. It was not Netflix. Flicks. So there was there stores where you could go and you identify yourself and establish an ID and membership, and you pay some caution money. So you could borrow CDs and DVDs to watch on your CD player, right?
Yes.
So when the times changed, when people moved online, so the Netflix also moved online. So they renamed their business from Big Flicks to Netflix, right?
Hmm.
So basically, who is the person responsible for doing that? It is the CEO. Okay,
Yes.
fine. So do you use the CD or the DVD these days to watch the movies? No, I'm sure you're not.
No.
You're subscribed to online OTT platforms. So someone took the decision to start. Then when the OTT platform came, then came a lot of many OTT platforms. Every country has a lot of OTT platforms, right? So basically, there are people behind the scenes taking the decision to start a new channel with a new focus. Then all those channels, those you could see on the TV, like the Discovery Channel and many other channel. Okay, so they went online. They are now on the OTT platforms, and you can pay and watch them on the internet, right? So someone took that decision to move from the satellite-based transmission to the net-based transmission, right? Net-based streaming. Curiosity Stream is one of the newest ones, right? So basically, that is the result of enterprise of some fellow or some person, right? CEO. So here you can see there are difference in India. We have got the Tata Group. So they are having diverse businesses. They are in information technology. They are in the manufacturing. They are into the engineering construction. So they are into diverse businesses spanning 10 to 12 different kind of businesses. So there are many other groups in India, so which are running diverse businesses. They are very big and they are multinationals. They operate in different countries, okay, and they are doing business on a big scale. So the group name on the top will be the enterprise. Now I want you to select the level 3,
Okay.
click on the apply button. So we will see that what is there below the portfolio. So you will notice most of the time the portfolios are having the projects, the white rows of the project, but some of the portfolios they are subdivided into programs. So under the product development, you can see program 1 and program 2. So guys, the programs are managed by program manager. So what is the role of the program manager? The role of the program manager is to provide the resources to the project manager for getting the project started, and he provides all the help which is required to complete a project on time. But remember guys, the program is optional. Not all the portfolios will have a program will be decided. So basically, the CEO will decide if he want to basically subdivide a portfolio into programs. So the portfolio may be divided into programs for the reasons of expansion. If a particular portfolio, so it has got large number of the projects, and then it might be split, right? Then it might be split into program 1, program 2, program 3 accordingly, and the programs are also focused on specialization of business. We'll see it in a while. So remember guys, programs are optionals, but portfolios are necessary.
Necessary.
Right. So where are the projects? These are the projects, and these are the project. The white rows are the. In fact, there are projects under this programs are well. So right now they are not visible to us. When we expand them, we can see the project, and the project is managed by a role called the project manager. That is you and me. So basically, we guys we are working at the project manager level. So, but we have to learn the Primavera, so in its entirety, so that in the future, when we become the program manager, so we are familiar, right? We are not surprised. So we don't have to figure things out. So we should know where we can work and how we can work. Okay. So, so we will learn the project management, of course, but we are learning the entire interface, that how it works. So basically, you can expand it step by step also. Level 1, level 2, level 3. If you create more levels in the data, they will get displayed in the drop down. That level will get displayed automatically it will be picked up. So right now the data has got 3 levels. So the drop down is automatically showing you 3 levels only. Okay. So that's what it is. Now you click on the OK, click on the OK,
Okay.
and this box will go away, right? You don't have this box right now. Now what you do, you click on the collapse all button. So now there is a different way you can expand the data. So you will see that there is a plus sign here. You click. Now once you click, you will see the portfolios. Then you click on the energy. You expand the energy portfolio. Okay, fine. Now you expand this portfolio product development. And then you can see that under the product development, there are 2 programs, right? You expand the program 1 and 2. You expand them both so that it reveals the projects contained inside it. So you can see that there are projects under the programs, right? So let me expand the column a little bit. So you can see now I want you to count that how many projects are under the energy portfolio. Count.
6.
6. Now you count the number of the projects under the contained under the product development, right? Count the white rows.
10.
10, right? So that's why it was subdivided. Because when the number of the projects increased, then the CEO said, okay, so to have better management of the entire portfolio, we are going to subdivide it into 2 programs, that is the program 1 and the program 2. And based upon the business specialization, we will keep the projects in the program 1 and 2. Right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
So the program 1 contains the projects which is selected by the CEO, and project program 2, it is also decided and selected by the CEO. Now he will appoint the program managers to manage the programs, and that will make sure that the product development, so the product development has a portfolio manager. Now this portfolio manager will be free to bring in more business, right? His job is to basically promote the business, for which he is the manager. He is the manager of the product development. So he has a very good idea about the markets and the customers. So he can promote it in the right places, and he can get more businesses into the portfolio and keep the enterprise going profitably, right? Year after year. So that is the focus. And CEO will take the decision, and he will observe the portfolios for their profitability, for their productivity, for their efficiency. And if any particular portfolio which is in trouble, so he will try to revive it. Okay, he might basically pump in more money from some other portfolio to some portfolio which is not doing good, so that it becomes healthy again, right? Hmm?
Yeah.
Just like a sick person is given, he's given donated blood to make him healthy again, right?
Yes.
So then he becomes so healthy, then in the future, that healthy person might even donate to the other people, right? So that's how the businesses, they are managed by the CEO. So CEO is sort of a business doctor. He knows that how to keep the businesses healthy, how to start a new business, right? So all those things are done using the Primavera. That's why the Primavera is called EPPM, Enterprise Projects and Portfolios Management Software. EPPM, full name, right? EPPM tool. Okay. So it manages the enterprise, it manages the project, it manages the portfolios. So it can do a lot of things. Okay. So this is what it is. Now, what we will do. So first of all, we will understand the interface. To understand the interface and the data, first we will click on the table button. So once we click on the table button, we see only the columns, right? Then we expand the data fully. You click on the double plus button and it will expand. Now you should scroll up to the top. You click on this button and scroll to the top here. Now once you have done that, now you can see that you have got a lot of space where you can insert more columns. In fact, it will be useful because if you look at the project data, so basically what we can have here, so what is the percentage of completion? What is the duration, planned duration, actual duration, and planned dates and actual dates, planned cost, actual cost, variance, remaining cost. We can have all these columns, and which will make it quite convenient for us to understand the status of a project. So Primavera gives you the flexibility to insert more columns, and which will do it right away. But before we go, let us do this thing. Let us see how the columns are sorted. So you click on the project ID column, you click in the middle, and you will see, you will notice now, as I point out, do you see this triangle?
Yes.
Did you notice this triangle here? Does it come on your screen too?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll tell you what is the significance.
Yes.
And this triangle is right now, it is pointing upwards, right? It is pointing
Yes.
in this direction. Now, if you see the upward triangle, you will see that the data is increasing downwards. It is going from smaller to the greater values in a downward fashion, right? Did you
Yes.
note? Hmm? Okay. Now you click on the column head once
Yes.
again. Click on the column head once again. The triangle is reverse and the data is also reverse. So data is increasing in this direction, which is considered to be reverse direction, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
So basically you can sort any column, but one at a time. So click on the project name, you will see alphabetic sort. Okay, look at the
Yes.
first letters, right? So they are sorted alphabetically, and click it again, it will be reversed. You can sort the total activities column. Click that. You can see the numbers are now sorted, right? They are increasing. And if you click again, the numbers will be in the decreasing order. So when the numbers are in the decreasing order, you will see that the triangle is pointing downwards, right? Okay, so this is the usage of this sorting facility. Now, once you are done with the analysis of data, guys, remember a best practice. Best practices are something which are basically an observation by an experienced person. And if they are done, so they will help you use the Primavera in the best way. So that's why it is called a best practice. So you should, just like parking your car at the end of the day in your own parking slot is a best practice, right?
Yes.
Hmm.
But if you parked it elsewhere and you forget it, then you might have to trace your car through the GPS, right? So basically, it happened to me once. Once I went to a market nearby my home, I parked the car, I bought my stuff, and I walked back home. And next morning, I had to rush, and then I looked at my parking slot, and my parking slot is empty. Oh, did someone steal my car? Then it is not possible to steal from my gated society. It is not possible. So then I try to remember. So I remember that yesterday evening, in the evening, I had gone to the market, and then someone known to me started chatting me up, and we started to walk together. I totally forgot that I had to pick up my car. I chatted with him on, I came back to my home. Okay, so then next morning I had to basically rack up my brains to remember that my car is in the market. Okay, so then I went to the marketplace and then it was okay. So you have to remember the best place to park the sorting is on the project ID or the ID. Every screen has an ID, activity ID, WBS ID, resource ID. So you bring it back there. You click on the ID and make sure that the triangle is pointed upwards. So yeah, so this is when you are done with the sorting and you park the sorting here, right? Make sure that the ID column is always sorted in the right direction in all the screens, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now we are going to work upon the columns and we will insert more columns so that we can see more information at a glance. So guys, there is a column tool which you can get. Oh, you just stop clicking that. You just click it here once.
Okay, just once and it affects the others. Okay.
No, no, no. I want, yeah,
Okay.
you just keep this here. So
Okay.
that is the at the end of the day thing, right? Now I'll tell you about the columns tool, how to get back columns. See, basically, the top level strip If you click anywhere, any right click, anywhere you right click, it will start showing you a menu, right? Okay, but we will narrow down on this particular place so that we get the menu in the center of the screen. You right click there. So you can see this menu, right?
Yes.
Guys, do you get this? Now,
Yes.
now you select columns, and then in the columns you select customize. You click on the customize, okay? So you're here, guys?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
So once you are inside the customize box, this is the customization toolbox. Now let me tell you that how to use it. First of all, we make it comfortable. So we push it up a little bit to the top. Then we drag it from the corner. So, okay. So Neka, you drag it in this direction and up to the tip of the arrow, okay? So you drag it in the angular direction, 45 degrees. You drag it and up to the tip of the arrow. You will see that you have increased the height and the width at the same time, right? So this is the benefit of dragging in the angular direction. Now, you can see that the columns here, the selected option, they represent the current columns. And if you want to add more columns, then you can click this button. If you want to remove a column, you can click this button. So these are the two buttons to add and remove. But guys, remember, these two buttons are to be avoided totally. Don't touch them, because these two buttons are absolutely dangerous, because they will select all the columns either to the left or to the right, and which is not useful at all, right? So we try to avoid these two buttons. We are very careful around these buttons. So we don't touch them. I don't know why these buttons are here, but actually we don't need these buttons. These two buttons are dangerous. I'll give you a demo, but guys, don't try this at home. This is to be done only by professionals, right? I'm just joking. So you guys are at home only, okay? But you don't try this, okay? But I'll give you the demo so that you understand the gravity of what I'm saying. I'm clicking on the fast forward button. So it puts all the 400 columns on your screen. So guys, tell me, if your screen has got 400 columns, can your brain process that?
No.
No.
Maybe not.
And if you have no columns at all on your screen, can your brain do something? Nothing, right?
Mhm.
So basically, I will cancel out of it. I will get back to the original position. So remember, guys, it is not necessary that it is on the screen. You have to click it. No, there are certain things which are there, but they have to be avoided, right? Okay. So, okay. Now, what you do, you select this column project name, because we are going to insert from this point onwards. Select it. Okay. Now we will decide which column to insert. Guys, you expand the percentage complete group. This set you expand. From the percentage complete group, you select the column schedule percentage complete, and then you take it to the right side. So guys, have you selected like this as on the demo screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now best practice is,
Yes.
after you're done with the group, you should close the group so that you have less things to look at in your screen, right? Close it. Best practice. Now, what we need is the duration. So we expand the duration group, and then we select the column BL project duration and take it to the right side. So BL means baseline. Baseline means planned project duration. Okay, then you select actual duration. So what we are doing, we are creating a pair of baseline data and actual data so that it is easy to observe the variance, easy to observe the difference, right? Take it. Correct. So we are creating pairs of baseline data and actual data. Now you close the duration group. After you have closed the duration group, then you select the dates group. So once you selected the dates group, then you select the start column and you take it to the right side. Then after that, you will select the pair. So the pair is finish column and you take it to the right side. So that's a pair of columns, right? Start and finish, they are always selected and placed together. Right. Okay. Now you will select the actual start, take it, correct. Then you select actual finish and then you select and take it to the right side. So you've got actual start and actual finish. Okay. Fine. Now you will close the dates group. After you have closed the dates group, then we will select the cost group. You expand the cost group. So in the cost group, so you will see there is a column here, BL project total cost. BL means baseline, baseline means planned. Planned project total cost, you will select it and you take it to the right side. Okay.
Which I have to select in this cost group.
So this is the BL project total. Yeah. You select the BL. You look at the screen and you will be able to see.
PL project.
Yeah. BL means baseline. So it is placed in alphabetical order, right? So you can find it as per the alphabet. And after the BL project total cost, you select actual total cost. A for actual, you find it alphabetically. Okay. After that, you will select the variance BL project total cost. It is at the end of the list. Go to the bottom of the list, you will find it there. Variance BL project total cost. And you will select it. Okay, so you have selected that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
After the variance BL project total cost, then you select this column, remaining total cost. You select remaining total cost and you take it to the right side. So you have done it?
Yes.
Okay, so after you have done, you click on the OK button. So you will see that these columns are implemented. Now, once the columns are implemented, they actually come with their own data. And once you see the data, then you get an idea how much space should be allocated to each of the column. I'll show you that how to use your wisdom. It is based upon wisdom, right? So if you look here carefully, you can squeeze out a little bit of space from the schedule percentage complete. You can squeeze out a little bit of space from the BL project duration column. And if the label is not visible, you expand it. So it will be visible. Now, guys, there is a trick which we do in Excel. So guys, do you see that I place the cursor between start and the finish column?
Yeah.
So the cursor has got the double-sided head, right? Left and right. So you double click here. So Nick, you do it.
Okay.
You double click here between start and finish. Kit. You see that? So when you do that, so it resizes itself, right? Do the same thing after the finish. Yeah, basically two fast steps will do the job and it will automatically resize itself. Now I'll tell you something about the numeric and date column. So guys, remember, if you display a numeric column like this, which is incomplete, the data will not make any sense. So what is the best thing? The best thing is that you should be able to see the currency, right? Do you see the currency symbol?
Yes.
So it means that it is complete. And if you see the currency symbol on the top row, then rest of the rows are correct. So you see this remaining total cost, I expanded. Actually, I don't want the total activities to be visible on the screen. So I'm left with some space and I can give this space to the project name. So guys, remember the project name can be can be displayed partially, it will still make sense. I can say Haitan. I can say city center, right? I can say just Nesbit. I can say just the first word of the entire name, or I can say the entire name also. It will still have the same identification, but I cannot look at dates or numeric data partially. That won't make sense. Is that clear?
Yeah.
So ID column, date column, numeric columns, okay? So they should be displayed completely. And if you have any text-based column like the project name, you can squeeze out some space from there. So that's okay. You can display that column partially. That will not cause any problem, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so after you have arranged the columns, so just make sure that your ID is sorted in the upper direction, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now what we have done, we have created a screen design. In the Primavera, there is a concept of layout. So layout are separate from the data. Layout can be saved separately from the data. So layouts can be shared. You can send layout to your colleagues. They can have the same looks on the screen, and you can import the layouts from your colleagues also. So basically what we want the screen to be displayed in the same fashion next time when we log in. We don't want to lose this design. So we will save the layout. So guys, you follow me and you click this button. This button is called Save Layout As. Okay, click that button.
Uh, Excuse me, sir. I have a query actually
Yeah, yeah.
before. I don't know, by mistake or by default, I have two more extra columns, anticipated finish and anticipated start in my
Okay,
page.
don't worry. You just right click and you can remove those columns, right? If you have any extra, see this. You right click here.
Okay,
You can see the columns.
okay,
You can see the customize.
fine.
You click on the customize and you select the column and click on the remove button and you send them home. Okay.
Uh, okay,
Just make sure that you have this set of columns. If there is any extra columns beside these, you remove them. You select the column to remove and click on the remove button. Remove from list. And it will send
okay.
it back into the dates group. Right?
Yes,
So you are done.
yes, I have done.
Okay. Now click on the OK button.
Okay or apply?
OK. OK will apply and close the box. Apply means you stay here. OK means apply and close the box.
Okay,
Okay. Now you're back in the column list.
yes,
Fine. Now, guys, you follow me. You click on this button, Save Layout As. So, Nika, you click. So, guys, you are here in the Save Layout As, in the layout name.
yes,
So, here you will write like this, projects, then space. Nika, you write here, layout by, then you write your name. So, projects layout by Nika. Okay. So, guys, did you write like this in the layout name column?
yes,
With your name, of course, right? Okay, so once you are done, you click on the save button. So once you clicked on the save button, you can see the layout name is displayed here. So it shows that this layout was saved and this layout is the governing layout for the screen design. So what is there in the layout? Font, font size. Then you have got the color. You've got the sequence of the columns. You've got the sorting. Every information is stored, which gives it a particular look. So the layouts are quite useful, right? So this layout can be shared by you. And why I'm asking you to tag this layout, I'm sharing a best practice, which is done by experienced people. I want you guys to behave like experienced people. So that's why I'm asking you to tag this layout name by your own name, because in the future, you might have created a layout and which can be basically which a lot of people like and they use it. And if they need more layouts and they can trace it, oh, this layout was created by Neka and maybe I can get more layouts from that person, right? So that is the benefit. Okay. So that's why if you tag it, because in the future you are going to work in big companies, you will be working on data which is networked. So that will be quite good. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Now we will see that how the layouts are stored in the system. So if you click this button, open layout, so here you can see this box open layout, right? So first I will bring it a little bit toward the right side. Okay, so that you can see its impact on the left side. Now you will look at the global. So in the global, you have a chart view. You select the chart view, and then you click on the apply button. So once you click on the apply button, you know the same data will be transformed into a sort of a picture. So this is the chart. So this is the chart view. So in the chart view, you can see on the top, what is on the top?
The enterprise.
Level number one is the enterprise, right? So let me write it here. It is the enterprise. And what is the level number two?
Portfolio.
Level number two is the portfolio. What is the level number three? But remember, guys, the level number three is optional. So if it is there, it would be a program. And rest of the data, as you can see here, these are all project. This is a project, this is a project, this is a project, this is a project. So all these are the projects, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So they are under either portfolios or the programs. Okay. Now we select the option project coding and click on the apply project coding. So project coding, so as you can see that it is about the identification of project, not about the project status. You can see that it is having a flat list. It doesn't have the tree structure, right?
Yes.
It doesn't have the parent and child structure.
Yeah.
So you can see a lot of general information, ID, name, project size, project manager, project status, strategic rating, location, and sponsor. And so one of the more interesting column is the location column, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you looked at the location column, so let us identify the unique location. This company operates in China, Russia, Europe, Latin America, Australia, and Brazil, India, and North America, right? North America. So guys, tell me, how many unique locations do you see here? Count it. Count the arrows.
8.
8 unique locations. So in future, you could be working in a company this big, right?
Yeah.
So basically, where is the data? Data is kept in a cloud-based data center. So the Primavera can be considered as Facebook of projects, right? Okay.
Okay.
Like we have, so but Primavera predates Facebook in this concept. So Primavera was released in the year 1983, and then basically we didn't have data centers. We used to have the local databases within a building. So we used to have basically a Unix-driven computer, Unix operating system. It will contain the database, that is the Oracle. Then people had some other computers which were Unix based or the DOS based, and they had these clients in which they entered the data and they retrieved the data, and they were able to collaborate within the local system. Then came the wide area network, then came the internet, then came the data center, then came the cloud based data centers. Now it is global, right? So basically, it has been very cheaper to host your data on the data centers rather than buying your own computer and paying hefty salaries to system administrator. You don't need that, right? So the businesses are doing that. They're keeping their data in the data centers, and on their laptops, they are using this client software, right? And they are doing their business. Okay, their focus is more on the business rather on the IT. nitty-gritties, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
And people can collaborate from various countries. They can create one common workspace, and within the workspace, they can work. Okay. So we can do that. Okay. Now you select the project cost. Select the project cost and click on the apply button.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. My connection was disconnected.
So where are you?
Maybe 10 minutes before.
No, when it was
I was there when
so where are you right now?
we
Okay, so you share your screen. You share your screen. So I will have a look. Let's see that how we can salvage that. But please ensure
uh,
that you can immediately switch your channel. So do you have Wi-Fi and do you have mobile data? So if your Wi-Fi goes down, you should immediately switch over to your mobile data, right? So that we
yes.
don't have to roll back.
Okay.
Okay. So project, so you click on this button, save layout as. Yeah, you should keep it at the bottom. Yeah, bring it down, bring it down.
Yes.
Now you write here projects layout by, then you write your name. No, you let the word project remain there. You add to it. Projects layout by Shabiullah. You write like that. And then you click
Yes.
save button. Click on the save. So once you saved it, you can see that the layout name appears here, right? Okay. Now,
Yes.
but a little bit of fine tuning is required on your screen. So let me do it quickly. So we need to expand on the project name and we need to decrease the size of the start and the finish column. So we can squeeze out some space from here. And then we need to increase the BL project total cost, actual and the remaining total cost. We can squeeze out some space from the project name column, right? So we come to the project name column and we give more space to the remaining total cost so that we can see the currency symbol. It is very important that the currency symbol should be visible. That ensures that the data is complete, right? So then we can save the changes here. Okay, so you can see the project layout by Shabiullah, right? Now you will click on the open layout. Okay, and now you will continue from here, right? Okay, fine. Okay, so now you select Shabiullah. You select project cost. From the list, you select the project cost option. And after that, you click on the apply button on the right side. Did you do it? Shabi? Your mic is not on. You just unmute your mic and confirm that you have selected the project cost and then applied it. So did you select project cost?
Yes, project cost.
Then click apply and
Yes.
see the screen column will change, right? You
Apply.
can see that there is a different focus. They're focusing on this
Yes.
The CPI. So guys, do you know that what is the meaning of the SPI, Schedule Performance Index column? What does it indicate? Hmm? Have you ever read about it? Schedule Performance Index, it basically indicates the speed of the project. And it is based upon one. If it is one, it means that activities are activities are starting and finishing on time. And if it is below one, it means that the project is going slow than the planned speed. And if it is greater than one, by any chance, it means that the project work is going faster than the plan. And cost performance index, it indicates the efficiency of the money, efficiency of the dollar. So you can see that in this particular project, the cost efficiency is 1.03. What does it indicate? It indicates that the project team is spending $1 and they are getting the work done worth $1.03, which is quite good. So they might end up spending money lower than the budgeted amount of the money, right? Whatever amount of the money they planned, they might end up spending less than that. This is what it means. Okay, fine. Now we will look at another value. It says 0.91. So 0.91 means that the project team might be spending more money than the planned amount of the money, right? Okay. Now there is another column at completion total cost. Actually, this column is a forecast column. At completion total cost means it's a forecast. Okay. So this column at completion total cost, basically it is based upon the current speed of the project, current cost performance of the project. So it factors in that, and it has got some inbuilt, financial formulas inbuilt, which are taught in the formal project education. But here you don't have to know those, but you must understand what is the importance of this column and how you should interpret this column. That is more important when you're using the Primavera, so that you can understand the health status of the project and you can take appropriate controlling measure. So that is the reason these are here. Now you select the standard project view.
Okay.
Standard project view, and then click apply button. Apply means you stay here. Okay, so you can see the date, but there is no start date here. You can see the project manager. You can see at completion total cost, which is a forecast, at completion labor units, which is a forecast, right? Okay, now you will select a project layout by NECA, that's your layout. And this time you will click on the open button. Open means apply and close. It does two things, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Are you back into your own layout, guys?
Yep.
I hope you like it. Your layout looks good, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
So basically, you have the columns which you need, and you have that in a particular order. You have that size, you have that color, you have that placement, the sequence. Everything is very, very helpful for your work. Now we will start the real work using these columns, right? We'll start to analyze the data. Okay. So guys, you are ready to analyze the project day data and do some real work.
Sir,
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me where you're stuck.
sir, I cannot see my layout by Sabiullah. I save, but I cannot see here in my screen.
You're not seeing what?
My name, layout by my name.
So you have saved it. Okay.
It's
So let me check what's happening there. You share your screen. Don't worry. I will help you get it. Yeah. First, you select the project tab. You click on the project tab. Now,
yes.
you click on the open layout button on the top. That one. and click no.
Yes.
Click no. And then you select the layout, project layout by Shabiullah, and then
Okay.
open button. So your layout will be applied and this box will be closed. Right? So this is doing two steps. One,
Yes.
it is applying it and closing it. Your screen is loading, just wait. Right? Then you scroll to the top.
Yes.
Now you place your cursor here on the top row.
Yes.
Okay. So now you're fine. So
Yes.
you can see your layout because your layout is helping you arrange the data in your own way. And it is quite comfortable for you, right? Okay. Now I'm going back to the demo screen. So, okay, guys, you can see the demo screen now.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now on the demo screen, so I will tell you that what you should be doing. Basically, we are going to analyze the status of the project, right? So we will use a particular column that is the schedule percentage complete. So you click this column to sort this column, sort it. Sort this column data by clicking.
And you click on it.
Yeah, you click that column and the data will get sorted like this. It will be sorted from smaller value to the greater value, right? Okay. Now we will focus upon one particular project and it will help us understand the status. So, Nika, you read what is the project name?
The project Nesbit Building Expansion.
Correct. What is the percentage of completion? How much it is completed?
0%.
0%, right. So guys, that's why you will see actual start column is blank and actual finish date column is blank because there is no actual data because it has not yet started. We have only the plan, right? The plan has
Yes.
not yet been worked upon. So there can be another situation also. Maybe it has been worked upon but not brought in into the Primavera, right? So both the possibilities are there. But we assume that the team is good and they are not wasting their time in the WhatsApp or the Facebook and they are prompt in managing the project data, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
It means that the project has not actually started, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why the actual data is blank. So basically, the real status is basically visible here as soon as you enter the data, as much as real. So are we going to update the data every hour, every day? No, guys. That will not be useful either because that will distract people from work. Basically, you should keep the updation of the data as a weekly activity, right? Once in a week.
Okay.
So that you can see the actual data versus the planned data and you will be able to see any variance and take action within the next week. Okay, now we will look at more data. So guys, what is the planned cost of the project? How much?
43. Okay, the
And
plan.
what is the actual cost of the project here?
Okay, here,
5
0.
lakh 50.
550.
Because, because you have not started the project, so actual total cost will be zero. You didn't spend any money. So if you don't have any actual, then the variance would be also zero, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now we will focus on the planned cost and the remaining total cost. Look at these amounts. So are these amounts same or different?
They're the same.
They're same because you have not spent any money. So the remaining total cost is also the same as the planned total cost. BL project total cost is planned total cost, right? You
Yes.
didn't spend any money. So the remaining amount of the money is absolutely the total amount of the money which has been planned, right? Okay. So this is one project. Now we will go to another one and we will analyze that one. Now you will look at this project and you read what is the name of this.
Okay. Sunset Gorge routine maintenance work.
And what is the percentage of completion?
100%.
And look at the actual start column. Does it have data?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it has an actual start, it has an actual finish, right? But guys, remember, in real world, in real life, the actual finish date will be always different. You cannot have an absolute actual finish date. Basically, why are we using software? So that we can be as much as predictable as possible. So we are trying to prevent the mistakes in the planning data, and we are trying to be as accurate as possible, right? But
Yes.
I haven't seen yet an absolutely planned date which has been met. Okay, there will be always a variance, either it will be earlier or later, but most of the time it will be later, right?
Yes.
Okay, but still it is good to use computers, because with computers we make projects and our lives much more predictable, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we are able to reduce the variances. Okay, now I want you to look at another aspect of the date. So on the start date, you will see a suffix a, and on the finish date, you will see the suffix a, right? Do you see that?
Yes.
That a means actual. So you have an actual start date, you have an actual finish date, even if you are not looking at the actual start or the finish column, but still, this suffix will give an idea. Yes, you have some actual data captured. And the actual finish will happen when the last activity in the project is finished, right? Because
Yeah.
the project is considered as finished when you finish the last activity, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
So then the actual finish date will appear. When you start at least one activity, then actual start date will be captured in the actual start and automatically displayed by the software. And when you finish the very last activity in the project, then the actual finish date will be displayed here. Okay, now let us look at the cost. So what is the planned cost of the project? Ignore the cent. Tell me. Tell me the dollars.
92,259.
And what is the actual total cost? Tell me the dollars.
97,259.
And what is the difference? How much do you think is the difference between the two?
Is the variance the $4 4,999?
Yeah, actually the difference is $5,000. If you round it off,
Yeah.
okay, and which you can see in the variance column. And why is it placed in brackets? Why do you think it is in brackets? What does it indicate?
It means that probably they used more.
Yes, so you used more money, right? That doesn't mean that you are in loss. So basically, the quoted price of the project could be like 120,000. You're still in profit, but your profit margin is reduced, right?
Okay.
Because the prices are having good margins. When you do big projects, why do people want to do big projects? Why they bid for big projects? First, big projects have fewer competitors. Second, big projects means big margin. But the thing is that you got to be very good at project management. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Hmm? So big projects, big business, big profit margins in one shot, right? Big movies. No? Movies which are made on a grand scale and they are very much popular. They are watched by billions of people across the world, and they bring in big profits for the producers. But they got to be really big and really good in their business, right?
Yeah.
Story has to be good. It has to have good visuals. It has to have good stories, and everything has to be good, right? So that brings in more profits. So similarly, the projects, if they are done on a bigger scale, they can bring you greater profits. But at the same time, you got to implement very good project management practices. So if you do not implement good project management practices, so you're trying to bite off something that you cannot even chew. And if you chew, you cannot digest it. So is that good?
No.
Okay. So basically, you make sure that you are doing something, okay, which is within your means. And of course, if you want to grow big, you can grow big with project management processes and software like Primavera, right? You must have these tools if you want to grow your business big. Is that clear, guys? Okay. Now we will look at another one, something which is in between. You read what is the name of this project?
Hightown Corporate Park.
And how much it is completed?
31%.03.
Right.
That's 1.03%.
So it is basically, it has started, right? But not yet finished. That's why you have an actual start date, but not an actual finish date, right? You can see the finish date is blank.
Yes.
Okay. Now, to complete the 31%, how much money has been spent? How much?
191,767.
Right. And what is the variance?
4,525.
Is it a positive amount or a negative amount?
It's a positive amount.
So what does it mean? How do you interpret the positive amount?
It means they're going according to plan.
So basically, you know, a project manager is entitled to spend as much as the planned amount of the money. And if he can finish any activity within the planned amount of the money, so he is absolutely good. There is no problem at all. He is considered to be a good project manager. So if he is basically using less money, so then the first concern is he able to meet the quality acceptance criteria? So if the quality acceptance criteria is met and you are spending less than the planned amount of the money, you are brilliant, right? Is that clear?
Yeah.
So basically, you know, we are not trying to be brilliant. So what we are saying that we will finish the projects on time and we might have some acceptable amount of the variance, which is also fine. And then the variance, ideal variance is what? Ideal variance is zero. You spend the money that you have planned for and you meet the quality acceptance criteria and deliver the project on time. That's it. That is what is expected. But guys, remember, what is the current percentage of completion? How much? 31%, right? So it means that still 9% of the project is yet to be done. 69 kilometers of the total journey is yet to be completed, right? And if you are not vigilant, if you are not doing monitoring, if you are not doing controlling, it might be possible that the variance amount, which is positive right now, slowly and slowly it might become zero as you move ahead in the project. And then it might be possible that toward the end of the project, it might become a negative amount of the money. You might still close the project with profit, but your targeted profit will not be met. Your actual profit might be less than the targeted profit, right?
Yeah.
So when you're doing big business against the competition, each and every dollar of the profit matters. Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
You can't let it go. So that is why we are using the Primavera. That's why the businesses do this. So they basically, where does the data come here? Actually, you know, when the data is updated by the project managers at the activity level, that data is consolidated by the Primavera. It is summed up and automatically the summed up data is displayed here on the screen, which is used by program managers, portfolio managers, and CEO. They can see all the data at the same time and then they can take the decision to help the project team and they want to make sure that the project team is able to finish the projects on time. Right? Okay.
Yes.
That's the idea. Okay. Now we will look at another project. Read, what is the name of this project?
City Center Office Building Addition.
Okay. And how much it is complete?
16%.
So
16.6.
16.67, you can round it off to 17% completion, right? And you can say that, okay, it is 17% completed and 83% is remaining, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now to complete the 17%, so what is the variance incurred till the 17%? Look at this variance amount. How much is that?
$11,590.
And is it a negative or a positive amount of money?
It's negative.
Does it look good? Just only 17% of the project completed, 83% is yet to go, and the variance incurred is 11,590. So do you think it's a good sign?
No.
Not at all.
No.
This is not a good sign because 83% of the project is yet to go, and this is too early to incur such a variance. So, guys, if you're given the opportunity to join this project and take over this project at this point, so what will be your strategy? What you will discuss with your project team? Think of it.
Cost optimization, sir.
Yeah, optimize what?
Cost.
Cost optimization. How? By cutting down the quality.
No, not cutting down the quality,
So,
but
do you think that the people who planned the cost, they were not planning the quality, or they planned more than the achievable quality? Do you think that they left some margins for you to optimize?
uh, meanwhile, we can control the manpower and like where if there are extra manpower, then we must optimize it and we can like place them out of our project.
Okay, so you go through the manpower, then you see the even the manpower is optimized. Now, how did this variance happen? This happened due to lack of monitoring and controlling. I'll tell you
Yes.
Mhm.
what should be your see. Always you have to deliver the promise to the customer. See, the three greatest promises which are made. First, we'll finish your project on time, right?
Yes.
Second, we will not exceed the project cost. For you, whatever the price we signed in the contract, we'll stick to that. We'll not ask you for any more money, and we will give you a product which matches your quality acceptance criteria.
Quality aspect.
So on that, you got the order from the client and you signed it in the contract. So that's your commitment. Delivery on time, delivery on the agreed price, and matching the quality acceptance criteria. So you can't falter on any of these. It means that if there is a reduction in the profit or even a loss, that would be incurred by you only, right? Not by the client. Now, what will you do when you take over this project? You will hold a team meeting. First thing that you will tell your team, so guys, let us find out the root cause. Let us do the root cause analysis of this variance, how it happened. And once we find it, let us plug it. Right? Is it clear? Hmm?
Yes.
Yes.
So you'll find the root cause and plug it. Then,
Yes.
guys, we just make sure that the variance stays at this point. It doesn't escalate any further. And we will finish the project as per the budget which has been planned for each and every activity to match the quality acceptance criteria. We deliver the project with a little bit reduction in the profit margin, but we retain the client, we retain the business, and we retain the good brand image. Is that clear?
Yes.
It might not still be a loss, but definitely
Yes.
it is a big dent on your profit margin that you have to take, because delivering the project within the agreed price and agreed time and agreed acceptance criteria, that is your commitment. That is written commitment. That is legal commitment also, right?
Yes.
Sir, still if client is adamant to find a reason for the KPI deduction
No,
and
no.
he is like,
Client has
then
got no concern in this. For the client, what is more important is that he gets a deliverable on the milestone date and that matches his quality acceptance criteria and he will make the payment. That's it, nothing more than that. The client has hired you so that you can take all the headache. You get the point.
sure sir, yes sir.
That's why you guys are in business. So you take all the problems, you take up all the headaches, and you organize the project team, you organize the men, machine, material, you plan the data, you make sure that you're producing the designs and getting it approved. The client is just, he's just touching the project, he's just skimming. He is just basically coming to you for the meetings only, right? He doesn't bother about the nitty-gritties of engineering and all that. That's your problem, right? You guys are trained for that, right? Okay. So client
Yes.
is to make you payments on time. That's it. And you have to meet his quality acceptance criteria. So you got to also make sure that you are running the business profitably. How do you do that? By constant monitoring and controlling. If you do not constantly monitor and control, it might be possible that certain values are going greater than the planned baseline and you are not able to plug the root cause in time. If you plug the root cause in time, then it will be very small, right? A fire can be put out at the spark stage by a fire extinguisher, which is handy, even a small one. But if the fire goes big, then what happens? You have to call in the fire department, right?
Yes.
It goes out of your control. But every fire is in your control. First of all, what should be your strategy? Prevent fires. And if it happens, use the nearest fire extinguisher, right? So basically, you should be monitoring. You should be monitoring and controlling. So if you are taking over at this point, don't try to basically reduce the cost and don't try to compromise on the cost quality to make it zero. It might not become zero, but at least you can deliver something which works. Deliver something which is acceptable, deliver something which makes the client return and come back to you again and again. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We can repeat
Yes,
it.
yes.
It is not necessary that always you will make the targeted profit, but it is always necessary that you retain the good business with client and you retain good business image in the market. So that is the benefit of the software like Primavera, right? It helps you do the EPPM, enterprise, portfolio, and project management, right? So what is the next step? The next step is that we are going to do certain setting procedures on the software because we have got admin. So we will do the admin setup and that will help the interface and give us more facilities. So now since we are done with the analysis of the data, so we click on the project ID column and we bring the sorting back here. Okay, now the sorting is here. On the admin column, let's take a break of 20 minutes and after that we will come back and we will then the administrative setup of the Primavera. Okay. Yeah, make sure that you clicked on the. Oh, now we will learn about the administrative controls and the administrative setup. So why do we need the admin? So that we can configure the Primavera like our own use, right? For our own use. So this will be much more better. So what we do, we just click here. I mean, just a moment. So if I click on the Primavera, that thing will go away. I think it comes from the Windows sometimes. How does it come? You have to press the escape button, I believe. Do you have any cross button here to close this window?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can see.
So it came up just suddenly, right? Oh, yes, hide this story. Oh, it's not hiding the box. Yeah, fine. Now you maximize the P6.
Okay.
Okay, now we are going to do the admin. So guys, you click on the. So basically the admin will help you configure the software and make it much more user friendly. Click on the admin.
Yes.
And in the admin, you select preferences. How do you prefer the software to behave itself? So that is admin preferences. Now, the first option here is the general. So in the general, you can see that there is an option here, code separator. And you can see that there is a dot character. So this dot character means that this is the character which will be used to basically separate the parent and child codes if they happen to be on the same row. So this is fine with us. We let it stay here. Okay. Now, first day of the week, it says Sunday, you select here Monday. I'll tell you why. See, whenever we select a calendar, whenever we select the calendar to when the calendar displays up, it will start the week from the Monday. And it will show the weekends on the right side. But when you're in the Middle East, basically, if it is a 5 day week company, then your weekend, I mean, weekday will start from Sunday. First day of the week will be the Sunday. And your weekends will be Friday and Saturday, right? But for the sake of change, so we will
Yes.
that how to change it. So we will select Monday. So what happens when wherever the calendar is displayed inside the Primavera, it will start the Monday and it will show the weekends on the right side. Now there is something called default duration. See, whenever you create an activity, activity duration can't be zero. It will have some number of days. So for the purposes of this exercise, since the majority of the activities we need should be having 6 days, so we select the option 6 days here. So you write here 6 days in the default duration, and that will be used. Now, whenever you create a new activity, it will be created with a default duration of 6 days. Okay, fine. Now we come to the next one. That is the data limits. What is the limit of the tree data? Right? So the tree level, so we do not use more than 4 or 5, but here the provision has been made for 20. This is the tree level, parent, child, parent, child, parent, child. So the tree level is up to the 20 levels, right? So we do not use more than 4 or 5. So basically we don't have to change anything here because the provision is always greater than what we need. Then we come to the next one, that is ID lens, identity lens. So identity means that every entity in the project, according to the rules of the project management, should be having a unique identifier. There should be unique identifier for project, WBS code, resource, activity ID, cost account ID, role ID, just like we have the unique social security numbers, right? So those are unique. Similarly, every person has a unique mail ID. No two mail IDs can be the same, right? Okay. So similarly, the project IDs, they have been provided with a provision for 20 characters, but we usually don't use more than 8. If you count here, let me show you a project here, Melrose, right? So count how many characters have been utilized out of the 20.
9, 10, 5, 6, 8.
8 characters have been utilized in this. Okay, fine. Now, then we come to the next one, that is the time periods. This is the definition of the time periods for the work. See, a day has got 24 hours, but a person cannot work 24 hours. So basically, it has been global baselined that a person optimally can work 8 man-hours a day. But where did this number came from? Actually, this number was adopted on the 1st of the May 1953 by the United Nations member countries. So there is an organization, International Labour Organization, which is a sub-organization of United Nations, right? Just like the WHO. So there was a lot of deliberation that we must adopt a fair law, fair labor practices. So earlier there was no time limit. People would be made to work 10 hours, 12 hours, and people would get only just one weekend. So that was not good enough to rest and refresh yourselves, right? So then the world became much more civilized and man started to use machines and become much more productive and profitable. And then it was agreed that the optimal time to work will be 8, which is feasible for human body and also good for the business, right? So then it was adopted all over the world and it was adopted on 1st of the May 1953, right? So guys, do you remember May Day celebration or the Labor Day celebrations?
Yes, sir.
1st of the May. So that is a lot of labor, good labor practices were adopted by the industries all over the world. And it was a great joy for the people that worked in the industries. So that's why it is a celebration all over the world. So basically, they decided that, but 90% of the people, they are okay to work 8 hours. Out of the remaining 10, 5% actually can work more than 8. Right? There are people, there are industry leaders, and political leaders, and these people have energies. That's why they become leaders. So they can work more than 8 hours a day. That's okay. And the remaining 5%, they can't work it, or maybe they don't even want to work at all. Right? Fine. So the work is run by the people that can work 8 man hours. That is you and me. Now, the man hours per week, if we were to adopt a 6 days a week, so guys, what is 8 multiplied by 6? How much will be that?
48.
Yeah, so you write here 48. And if you 8 man hours per week, oh no, you don't remove the checkbox. Please keep this box checked. Yeah. Now, if you have 48 hours per week, so what will be the working hours, man hours per month? 48 multiplied by 4, how much is that?
192.
192. You write here 192. Okay, you can check it out in your mobile calculator, 192. And if you do this, 192 multiplied by 12, then how much you get for the entire year? How many man hours?
2304.
Yeah, so you write here 2304. Now, let me tell you an interesting fact. Basically, it is based upon the assumption that every month is having exactly 4 weeks, but it's not so. There are 5 months which are having a fifth Saturday as well. There are 5 months every year. So if you look at the calendar, so let's start looking at month. Okay, so I click here on the system. So let me pull up the calendar in the system. So we can skip the month of the December. Look at the month of the January 2026. How many Saturdays it has?
5. 5.
It has got 5 Saturdays. Let us look at the month of next month and month of the April. We can skip that. So look at the month of the May 2026. How many?
5.
Okay. And look at the month of the August.
Yes, 5.
It has got 5 perfect Saturdays and Sundays, long weekends in the month of the August. Okay. Then look at the October, right?
Yes, 5.
So, basically, it has been observed that approximately there are 5 months in every year which will have an extra Saturday. That is the fifth one. Now, what is 5 Saturdays multiplied by 8 hours? So, how many man hours would be extra? 40, right? 8 multiplied
40 extra.
40. So, you basically, for the entire working year, the man hours will be 2304 plus 40, 2344. That's what it should be, right? 2344. If you add 40, it becomes 2344 for the entire year. So we are talking about man hours. Okay. Now we come to the next setup. In the months, you write here MO, small letter O, alphabet O in small. And then in the minutes, you write here M. Okay. Now the thing is that why I am asking you to do it, because many years ago I was trying to import and export data from the MS project to the Primavera. In the MS project, the minutes is represented by M and the month is represented by MO, but you can't change it there. So in the Primavera, you can change it and it becomes compatible. And when you work with MS project, at least in the duration column, you can use the same abbreviations, right? So it makes you compatible both ways. Now we come to the next one, that is earned value. Earned values is actually a collection of formulas which has been taken from the domain of finance. So these formulas actually they help you manage the status of the project. They help you compute the status report, and then you can use that to basically understand the health status of the project and take meaningful decisions. So that's what it is. So Now what we do, since these settings are correct, we don't have to change. We click on the reports. You select here reports. So basically, this is a signature. So electronic signature sort at the bottom. So you write your name here and write your company name, if any, or you can write here ABC. So, once you update here, so whenever you generate a report in the future, it will be applied at the bottom. Fine. So in the header level, you write your name, actual name. So it will appear as a signature at the bottom of the report. It will identify to the people reading the report that who generated this report, and it will be timestamped with your name, with your company name, and then it will have the date and timestamp, right? That's very important in product management. Now click on the options. So in the options, you have got a URL. Basically, this URL contains more information about the current version. So it's a dedicated homepage. So you select this much and you do Control C to copy this much URL. Then you will go to your favorite browser. So which I believe is the Edge, right? Edge is your favorite browser. Oh, you have got lots of windows here. You will kill the Edge. This page is not available. Why? Why this is not available? I think they have retired this version 24. Yeah, I think the version 24 has been retired. No, it is there. Sometimes it happens. So this is the home page. You can bookmark it. You can come back to it and read more later, right? User guides, I have downloaded the user guide for you. It is in your document folder, and Neka, I will show that to you later after the class is over, right?
Okay.
So this is the option. So this is the home page of the Oracle Primavera. So every version has its own documentation kept on the online server of the Oracle. Now we come to the rate types. In the rate types, we are going to use the standard rate. So we are fine with that setting. We come to the industry setup. So the industry setup we will use is engineering and construction. So basically what happens that it has got templates, various templates for the various industries, but if we use engineering and construction, that gives us the maximum templates. In the reporting and on the screen, we get more columns, and that spans all other kind of projects. So we use this option. We don't have to basically switch between various industries again and again. So once you do the setting, it's good. And then there is an option here, exception site list. We don't need it because we are using an offline version. So the version that we are using, it does not connect to any online database. So we don't have to write the sites which are malicious, which are dangerous to connect with. So this option is not required in the offline version. So we click on the close button. Okay. Now we will go to the admin once again, and we will use the next option, that is admin categories. So basically, how do you categorize the data which is mentioned here? So baseline types, we are fine. So there are 5 different kind of baselines. We don't have to basically make any changes here. Then we go to the expense categories. So you select expense. So guys, I hope you remember that I told you there are 4 kind of resources, 3 M plus C, man, machine, material, and cash. So whenever I'm planning cash, I'm planning it under the expense categories. So basically, basically sometimes I have to facilitate an activity by facilitating the people with some extra expenditures like staff welfare. So whenever you are planning some amount of money to be spent, so you must tell the Primavera under what category you are going to spend that money. So that when you want to generate a report and you want to see where the money went, so you will be able to get a report. So if you categorize the data at source, you will get the categorized report at the end, right? So you click here on the add, click here on the add button. Then you write here staff welfare. Staff,
Staff what?
yeah, STAFF,
Yeah. Staff
space,
what?
yeah, space, then welfare.
Welfare.
Yeah, correct. That's correct. Press enter and you will push this option to the top of the list, right? Because if you want to use something frequently, you will get it first, right? Okay, now click on the add button once more. Now then you write here,
Uh, I
trans
can get it top.
yeah, so you select it and then you click on the shift up.
I should shift up.
Oh, not you, not you.
Okay.
So you write here transport expenditure. Transport
Mhm.
expenditure. So, this is the amount of the money you have decided to basically give to your transport contractor. Okay, so that's what you do. So, guys, did you create these two categories and you sequence them?
Yes.
Yes.
So, when you
Yes.
plan to use some cash, you have to basically put it under some category. You can't use the cash blankly or blindly, right? You have to tell. So, that is the way of the project management. Okay, then we come to the WBS category. WBS means work breakdown structure. Okay, work breakdown structure. And according to PMI, sequence is initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. But if you look at the executing, it is on the fourth spot. Basically, you select executing and you shift up. And then this one, the which comes after the executing, let me correct it. So guys, just watch what I'm doing. I'll be selecting the word monitoring and I will do Control X and I will place this word at the beginning and I will type the end here and remove the end from the side like this. Okay, is that clear?
Yes.
Now, what is the use of this WBS category? The use of the WBS category is that basically this category will be used for tagging the WBS. So if you tag it with one of these values, so it means that the activities you are writing under the WBS, they pertain to this particular phase of the project. So if you tag the WBS with planning, and you write 200 activities under the planning, so it means that all those activities they contribute to the planning work, right? So you can see that the activities can be categorized. You can find out that how many activities you have planned to do in initiating, in planning, in execution, in monitoring, controlling, and closing the project. So the total number of the activities is 1000. You can categorize and you can get a report that how much of the project effort is going under which category of the project life cycle, right? You can see the number of activity, you can see the fruits, you can see the man machine material, right? How much it is going to be spent in each of the categories. So that gives you an idea about the project. That's about basically getting more statistical valuable reports, right? That's the idea. Now come to the document categories. Now, in the Primavera, guys, you can store documents. Yes, you can upload documents, but it's not like your Google Drive or your the OneDrive, which is from Microsoft. So basically, whenever you upload any document into the Primavera database, it will ask you a lot of information. First, it will ask you the author name. It will ask you the date of creation. It will ask you the category of the document. It will ask you the document status. It will ask you the subject of the document. It will ask you the keywords inside the document, and it will store it along with the document. That's the way it stores all the documents in the system. Now, the benefit is that when you're searching the document, so it will be quickly be able to retrieve the document which is required, right? Is that clear? It will save time. So that's why we have this category. So this category is what we have right now is good. Just in case you want to use the detailed design very frequently. So what you can do, you can push it to the top by clicking on the shift up button, right? You can push this particular document to the top, shift up. Yeah, that's right. Now we come to the next one, that is the document status. So what is the current state of the document? So in this, you click on the add button and then you write here rejected. You know, reject is one of the status which is very practically very much useful. I'll tell you in a moment. Okay, and you press enter. And I used to basically use this rejected category. So normally, people will delete a rejected document, but I used to keep them. I will let the people study those documents and I will tell during the project meetings that why this particular document was rejected so that they can learn so as not to create documents which get rejected, right? So it can be very a good example of lessons learned, right? So you learn from the rejected documents that how to not to create rejected documents. Then we come to the risk categories. You click on the risk. Okay, now risk is the uncertain event. So we must have a foresight to the risk so that we can prevent or we can work around the risk. So one of the risk is the resource risk. So resources are what? Man, machine, material, right? Okay. So if we do not have the sufficient amount of that, we are at risk. But here the category of the risk is not proper. So basically you can see the resources is under people, whereas it should be the resource on top and people and customers should be under the resource. So we are going to fix it, right? So, okay, you are going to fix it. So you select resources and then you shift left. No, shift left. Click on the shift left and then you click on the shift up. Now you select people and then you shift right. Now you select customer and then shift left. Select the customer and then you shift left, right? So you got the people and customer under the resources. Now there are two more resources. You click on the add button and you write here machines and equipments. You write here machines and equipments. And then you press enter. And then you click on the add button once. And then you under the machines and equipment, you write here materials. You write here materials, okay? The materials and machines and equipments, if you don't get in the right quality or quantity, that can create a project risk, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Now we will use them very soon, and because when we create the risk register, we have to write down all the perceptible risk or foreseeable risk, so that we have a list of the risk. If we have a list, then we can prepare a plan. So first option is to basically, the first strategy is to prevent. If you cannot prevent, then you work around or minimize the risk, and so it will help us categorize the risk. Now we select notebook topics. In Primavera, you can describe something in details under notebook. So every entity has a notebook facility. EPS has a notebook, project has a notebook, WBS has a notebook. Your what is this? So let me scroll to the right side. Activity has a notebook, and then you have got resources on the right side. So everything has a notebook here. Now we will basically, what happens that when you write notes, the problem is that you have to always select a topic, because Primavera is a very disciplined software, right? You have to always select a topic. So you click on the add button here. And then you write here general notes. So we are writing here general notes.
Gender notes.
Yeah, no, general, GENE.
General.
Yeah, general notes. So why is that? Because when you are writing notes, if you are not immediately able to select or decide a topic, you can put it under the general notes and you're fine. Right? Okay. So you can push this to the top. So you click on the shift up. Just a moment. You remove the sorting first, because the column is now sorted because of the triangle. So this is the reverse sorting. This is the non-sorted, and you can shift it up. So it's going to stay on top. It's going to be visible to you when you try to select it. It will be visible to you. General notes. Okay, so it will be like this. So guys, have you created the general notes topic?
Yes.
Now you will select units of measure. So units of measure is very interesting from the engineer's point of view. So guys, there are various ways we can measure a material. The default way that we can measure a material, when actually we don't have any measure at all, so what we do, we can just count it, right? No?
Yes.
Okay, when we have a little bit of measure, for example, a wire or a rope, how do you measure that? And if you have a sheet, if you have a laminate sheet or some metal sheet, how do you measure that? You measure that by the area. And how do you measure some liquid or gaseous material? You measure that by the volume, right? And then what you have is the weight. So guys, you look at this 5 ways you can measure a material and tell me, is there any more? Check. If there any more measurement. Beside this, count, length, area, volume, weight. Do you think there is any other way that a material can be measured beside these? Okay. Now let us look at the dollar. Is dollar any physical measurement? No, dollar is not a physical measurement. So what you do, you select the dollar and delete it. Okay, you select it and delete it. Now there are two units of the measurement which are prevalent globally. They are like your British and the decimal. For example, how do the British count? So British counting is like that. You have got the dozens and you have got the gross, so like that. But what is the counting in the decimal system? In the decimal system, the counting is like 1, 10, 100, 1000, and then you have got after the 1000 there is 10,000. After the 10,000, in the Western countries, after the 10,000 they jump to million, but that's not right. Between the 10,000 and million, there is 1 lakh. So 1 with 5 zeros, right? So, Neka, it will be useful that you update yourself. That is called 1 lakh. So 1 with 5 zeros. Okay. So, and how do we measure the length? So there are two ways. British length. British length will be inches and feet, right? Inches, feet, miles, yards, like that. You have heard of these units?
Yes.
You're here? Nika, I think you are on the mute. You unmute your
No, I'm
mic.
not on mute. I'm here.
Okay, so now you tell me that what is the measurement that you use in Ireland? Which one do you use? Do you use more of the inches, feet, miles, yards, or use more of the decimal system?
I think it's a decimal.
Decimal. So decimal measurement is like for the length, it is like, centimeters, meters, okay, like that. So if you are using, say, feet, so then area will become square feet and volume will become cubic feet, right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
If you're using the meter, if you're using meter for the length, then area will become square meter and the volume will become cubic meter. Similarly, for the weight they have got the ounces and the pounds, right? But in the decimal system, you have got grams, you have got kilograms, you have got quintals. Quintal is 1000 kg, right? Or
Yes.
right? So that is the weight. Now, if you look at your WhatsApp group, so I've sent you some new list of the measurements which you can add here. So I'll show you how to add that. First of all, you will place your cursor on the top row and you will click on the add button. So this blank row should be pushed up first of all. Then the first unit of the measure, as you can see, is meter. So you write like this, right?
Mhm.
And Nega, please look at your mobile phone
Okay.
and you recreate the rest of the units here. And this will come in handy when you create a new material and you can apply the attribute of measurement to that particular material. So you look at your mobile phone and update it here.
Okay.
You can see it in the WhatsApp group. Yeah, press enter. Now place your cursor on the first row and click add. So it will create a blank row after this. Yeah, then you write the next one, which is square meter.
How do they do the small? Okay. No.
No, the small, you just write the big two, M2. Yeah, that's okay. We understand. You can do this on the paper, not here.
Okay.
So, if you have a duplicate, it will let you know. So you can skip that one, right?
Okay. Can't skip it.
Yeah, so you can skip this because it says that it is not unique, right? It has identified because it's trying to put underscore one. So it's trying to make it look unique, right? So it means that it is not required. You have that.
उसका नाम पता है?
So,
So guys, if you see a message, it says that, this is duplicate. You can skip that one, right? Okay. So I think that's enough. So you can just stop here. Now you can see that it is saying underscore one. It means that it has already found it. So we don't need that, right? So we can basically remove which are redundant, right? We don't need that. And this is a blank row. So this we should not keep any blank things, right? So this is good enough. So all of them seem to be unique, right? So we will very soon use this. So guys, you're done.
Yes.
Okay, now click on the close button. So once you click on the close button, so these will be stored into the system, and very soon we are going to use them. Very soon we are going to create the material resource, and we have to basically apply this onto the material resource to indicate how this particular material is measurable. Is it measurable by length or by count, by area, or by volume, or by weight, right? So there are 5 ways a material can be measured. So basically the measure will help us in calculating the cost, right? Because the materials are costed based upon per unit of their measurement, right? Okay. Now, the next thing is the currency. So we click on the admin once again. And then we select the currencies. So you can see that it has a currency master table. Now, in Primavera, you can truly compute the cost of one project in a particular currency. Suppose you created the project in dollars and you wanted to see the true value of the currency in another of the dollar into another currency. So basically, what you need to do, you need to update the currency current rate. So the rate which you are seeing right now, they are not true. So they have to be updated because this is a new installation. So basically the rate has been entered by somewhere. I mean someone, and these rates are very ancient, right? Very old rates. So what you can do, you can go to the site xe.com and you can use it to update. For example, so okay, you tell me what is the currency used in Ireland?
Euro.
Euro, right? So let me go to this one. So basically, what is the currency rate is 0.85, right? It says that, just a moment. So if you convert $1, so you will get 0.85 euro. So what you can do, you look at this, the euro. Euro is 0.68, so you can update it like this, 0.85, like that. Okay. And when you display it in the euros, that's going to display correctly. And sometimes you don't have a currency like INR is not there in the system, but we can create. Guys, you click on the ad. Now in the currency ID, you write INR. INR stand for Indian rupee. And in the currency name, you write Indian rupee. Or not in the ID column. ID column should be 3-letter international code. INR. Don't disturb that column. You write INR. And then you should move to the currency name column. Yeah. So in this column, you write Indian rupee. No, you can have a mix of caps and small, right? Not entirely caps. So the first letter is capped and caps and rest is small. A single PE, and I will type you the currency symbol. Guys, you can try doing this. You press Control Shift and number 4, and maybe you can get the rupee symbol. Right. And basically in the conversion rate, so I believe that it should be around 85 or 90. That varies, right? It's up to you what you want to use, but use something which is different, right? Now let me do this thing in the chat box. I'm going to send the symbol. If you cannot generate it in your keyboard, you can copy paste it from the chat box. So drop this character into the chat box. You can pick it up from there. You can use it, and then you can write in the exchange rate as 85. So $1 is equal to 85 rupees. Okay. Okay. So is that done, guys? Okay. Now click on the close.
Currency symbol not coming. Control Alt
You
4.
So you just a moment. So let me tell you, listen to me carefully. Control Shift and number 4. If it doesn't come, you can copy it from the chat box.
Okay.
Done? You got
It's in
No,
the
I
chat
cannot
box.
found with Control Shift and number 4.
just don't worry. It might not be there on your laptop. So you just go to the chat box. You copy it from there, right? Go into the
Mm,
chat box. If you can't see the Zoom chat box, so you go to at least the WhatsApp chat box, right? In the group, I'm going to basically put the currency symbol there. So you can pick it from there, right? So you can go to the WhatsApp and you can pick this from there, right? Okay, so you're done. Okay, now click on the close button. Now, once you have clicked, so basically, this is stored in the master table, but we use those values. Guys, let me tell you something about the admin. So when you join a big company, so this option will not be visible to you. So your screen may look like this. You will not have the admin. Option will not be there at all. Why? Because the admin is a very responsible job. It's a very knowledgeable job. So basically, it will not be accessible to all. Only one person will be the admin, and he is based upon the fact, his selection is based upon the fact that he is very, very proficient in the Primavera. Not in the planning part, but in the administration part. It has got a separate training. And then he has been assigned the responsibility of structuring the company's business and data. So he will be the guy to basically, then why I am teaching you? Because if you join any small or mid-sized company, they cannot afford a full-time administrator. Then they might pay you extra if you do the admin part of it. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, if you get an opportunity to do some extra work and which is responsible and respectable and it pays you, so do it. Okay. Is that clear? So it is related to the Primavera only, and that will be useful for you. Okay, but your main focus should be on the project management, right? So which we will learn. So you can basically help yourself in the future if you're installing the Primavera on a new system or helping your friend or a colleague, okay, get the Primavera running on their system. So you can use this knowledge to set it up correctly as per the requirement. Okay, now we will go to the next. So that is the user preferences. So the values which have been stored, they are useful if you use them. How to use them? Through the user preferences. Now this user preferences facility is very, very important. And this is accessible from two places. So guys, do you see that?
Yes.
So one is from the edit menu, it's at the bottom, and one is from directly from the icon. So we will try to use the icon. So you click here on the user preferences icon and you will get the user preferences box. So once you get the user preferences box, the first one is the time units. How do you want to display the time? So basically the time is being displayed like a plain number. You cannot understand that what is the unit of time. Is it days or is it weeks or is it months? Okay. So you want most of the time to be displayed in days. So you click on the checkbox, show duration label in days. Now you want the fraction of the day to be visible as well. So you select hours here, hours. Then if you've got only the hours in the column, then you select here, show unit label. So you select this checkbox. Okay, fine. Now we will go to the dates, the format of the dates, how you want a date to be displayed, right? Okay, now you select the time in the 12-hour format. It will show you the AM PM, which is easily comprehensible for common man. So you can see the date and you can see the time component also. Usually we do not display the time component, but we are displaying because we are learning. We will try to understand scheduling tomorrow. It will be very important and useful for us to look at the time component as well, right? So that's why we are doing that. Then we come to the selection of the currency which will be displayed on the screen. You select the currency. Now you select the currency as INR. Okay. And you type here in the search box, you type here INR and you will narrow down. You will be able to narrow down and then you click on the selection button. Click on the plus green select and you have got Indian rupee, right? Then you select the assistance where you want help or where you don't want help. So basically you don't want help in the use new. use new activity wizard, you don't want any help there. Because activity is a very small one line thing, so you don't want any help there. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't want it. Okay. Now, the next thing is application. How do you want the application to behave? So you want the application startup window to be projects, which is more useful. So when you start the application, it will start in the projects, and that way you will have a greater control. Projects, only the projects, right? So basically what happens that people will keep it activities, they will close the project, and activity screen will be blank and it will open as blank. But if you don't want the screen to be opening as blank, so what you do? So you basically keep it in the projects mode. Now, whenever you basically start the Primavera, the project tab will be always displayed. And from the project tab, then you can select which project you want to use, right? So that gives you an assurance, a very warm feeling. Oh, my data is here. Because if you see a blank screen, it will be a lot of panic. You don't want that, right? Okay. Now, password we skip. We don't need to change the password right now. So in real life, the password change will be implemented by the Primavera administrator, just like net banking, right? So in the net banking, guys, you must have noted in a couple of months, the net banking application forces you to change the password. Yes or no? Okay.
Yes.
Now we come to the resource analysis. So in the resource analysis, the options which are selected, they are good according to PMI standards. So we don't have to change anything at all here. And then we come to the calculations. Okay. So calculations, the options which are selected, they are also fine according to PMI standards. So we can go to the startup filters, that how the application should behave when it starts up. So when it starts up, I want to view all the data, right? So I will select the radio buttons on the right side. So I want to see all the data because I'm learning. So in the beginning, I want to see all the data. Slowly and slowly, when I became more and more proficient, I may switch off certain data. So in the beginning, it is useful to have no filter at all. All the data should be completely visible to you. Okay. Now you click on the close button, and some of the user preferences will be applied here. Okay, so data is being reloaded, reformatted. Now I want to show you that what has changed. Look at the duration column. Do you see the fraction of the day, and the day is being suffixed? So you can see the number of the days of a project, right? And then the fraction of the days is being displayed as the hours. And if you look at the date column, so you have the time component as well, right? With the date, the time is being also displayed. And if you look at the total cost column, so the total cost has been converted into rupees. That is the currency which you selected. You told that you convert the dollar into rupees. Now, if you want to convert it into euros, so you can again go to the user preference, right? So guys, you do this thing, click on the user preference. And then you select the currency. And in the currency search box here, you type EUR, or you can select a euro right away. Click on the plus button and then click on the close button. Then you can trust that the conversion which is being done is correct, and the conversion will be based upon the latest and updated $1 to euro conversion rate as entered by you in the system.
Sir, actually, my window was stuck on that start Windows only.
Yeah,
So I
so
think I missed something.
So you share your screen and I will see that where you are stuck. You share. Yeah, share it.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is fine. So let me guide you further. Just wait. So here we have selected all the view all data, no filter, correct? Then you click on the close button. Click on the close button. So now the data will reload. It will refresh itself with the new setting, right? So it is reloading. Okay.
Okay.
Now you can see a lot of changes here. You can see that in the date, in the duration column, you have the D. D as a suffix which indicates that these numbers are days and this is the fraction, right? Fraction of the day, hours. And if you expand the start date column, you expand this column. Start date, you will see the time component also, right? You can see the AM/PM also. And then you expand the project total cost to columns, expand it a little bit so that you can see the rupee. So you can see that the number of digits has increased due to the multiplication, right?
Yeah.
And increase it in the variance column where you don't see the rupee symbol. So rupee symbol, guys, remember the top row contains the maximum value. The rupee symbol should be always visible on the top row. So you increase the size of the variance column. Increase the size here. You increase the size of the variance column. You stretch it a little bit. Yes, and also for the remaining total cost. Yeah, give it some space. I think you need to squeeze the variance column, or you can squeeze the project name column without any problem, right? Because the project
Yeah.
name column is a text, right? And the
Yes.
and basically the priority should be given to numbers and dates. So numbers and dates should be fully visible to make sense. So this is the change of the edit user preferences. And if you have updated your currency master, you can see the conversion of a project. Now, when you are working with multinational people, so they want to perceive the weight of the project, right? So people can understand better if they see the cost in their own currency, so they can understand the value much more better. So because they have a better perception. So basically the amount of money is the same. So we can create the basic cost of every activity in the US dollars and then let people convert it in their own currencies and get the perception of the money, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like someone has a perception, better perception of centigrades, someone has a better perception of Fahrenheit. So it is just like that.
Correct.
So basically, it will give a better perception. Now we will see that how the interface behaves when we shut it down. So we will see by switching off the tabs one by one. So guys, you click on the cross button and you do it till all the tabs are closed. So this is closing a tab one by one. Click it, close it, close it, close this tab, close this tab. So you can see an empty screen, but you can see something on the top. You see that the name of a project is being displayed there.
Yes.
Now, why this name is being displayed when there is nothing on the screen? Okay, I'll tell you why. Because this project is in memory. It has not been removed from the memory. It is not being displayed because you have closed the activity tab. Now, if you want to display the project's data, you have to click on this button. So guys, please take a good look at this button. So I call it the green toffee button. It looks like a toffee to me. We used to have green toffees. These days we don't. Okay. So we have this button in Primavera. Now, The WBS button can be also clicked to display the WBS. So basically by clicking these two buttons, you can see the data of the project. Guys, remember, if you unload a project from the memory, then most of the buttons which are related to the project, they will get deactivated. So if you want to remove one or many projects from the memory, so what you can do, you have a shortcut. That shortcut is Control W. So you press Control W.
Did I press Control W? Okay.
Yeah, Control W and confirm yes. It says you want to close. You say yes, I want to close. Now look at these two buttons. These are deactivated. Why? Look at the top. It says no current project. So if you don't have any project, so you will see that, guys, most of the buttons are deactivated, right? You
Yes.
see that most of the buttons are deactivated. So why the most of the buttons are deactivated? Because these buttons have got something to do with the project data. If the data is not around, so these buttons have no need to be staying active, right?
Yes.
That's why these are deactivated. Now let's see the behavior of the Primavera once we reload. So you exit, you select the option file exit, and then click exit and confirm yes, you want to exit. Okay, now after you have exited, okay, so what you do, you click on the P6 icon on your taskbar and you get it started again, right? Click here. So what do you see, guys? What happened? It started with the projects. We are told in the administrative setup that whenever you start, you show me the list of the projects so that I can select the project where I want to work upon, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in Primavera, you can load one projects, you can load one project or multiple projects also. Now, what if you close the project tab? You click here. So does it mean that if you close the project tab, does it mean that we have to restart again? No. So guys, look at this button here. This is the button which represent projects, right? So by clicking this button, you can get back your project tab. And after you get back your project tab, then you can select a project, right? So it's like that. So guys, is this clear?
Yes.
Now I will show you that how you can load multiple projects, and there will be a requirement where you indeed will need multiple projects to be loaded. So guys, tell me how many projects are here in the engineering and construction? Engineering and construction portfolio, how many projects are there?
6.
6 projects, right?
6.
So what you do this time, you right click on the portfolio and select the option open project. Even though you know that the portfolio itself is not a project, but it does contain 6 projects, right? Click on the open project. You will see 6 projects will get loaded into the memory. And you will be taken into the activities now. Now you click on the condense all, it will condense all the project data. Click here. Now you can count. These are the 6 projects which are loaded into the memory right now. And names of the project are displayed on the top, right?
Yes.
But why does Primavera allow multiple projects to be loaded? One reason, number one reason, it might be possible that you are updating common data of the projects at once. This is the first reason. Second, it might be possible that activity of one project is connected or related to the activity of the next project. It can be due to that reason also. right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is why the Primavera lets you load multiple, because it's a program management software. So there can be projects which are related to the same client about the same objective, but they are basically focusing on different aspects of the project. So if they are related, so you can load their data, you can select the activities, and you can link them. And the scheduling will be done from one project to another. Suppose if you have a common piece of equipment, a big piece of equipment which will be first assigned to project one, then two, then three, then four. So it means that all the activities should be in a sequence, right? One after the other. So what you can do? You can assign the equipment to those activities and you link those activities, and then you will have the dates will be realistic and sequential, right? Because the equipment will move from one project to another. So that will allow and that will get you a realistic schedule. Now, you want to unload all this project from the memory. So what do? You press Control W, right?
Yes.
You press Control W. Then you click yes. So if you do that, it says no current project, right?
Yes.
So why you should unload a project from the memory? See, guys, I will tell you best practice. How this two-tier architecture works. The data is kept in a separate server, which might be on the cloud computing center. Now your changes are taking place in your laptop. So when you download a project, actually you're downloading a copy. You're downloading a shadow copy. It's like a shadow. You're making changes to the shadow. Now, if you do not send the updated shadow copy back to the server, then the changes might not be reflected. It might not be saved. Right? Is that clear, guys?
Yeah.
So the changes have to be sent back to the server from time to time so that the updated data can be kept in the central database, and it can be the same for all. So suppose, guys, if you send the data to the server and your laptop crashed, do you think that you will lose the data? No, not at all.
No.
Because you can log in from another laptop which has the installation, then you enter the login and password and you will be able to see it. It is just like Facebook. Suppose you posted something on your account, right? You posted a picture, then your laptop crashed. You can go to your mobile application, you can see the same post, right? Facebook can be accessed through the browser and through the mobile application also. You can see the same data, but in a different format, right? On the mobile, you see the same data on a small screen, right, guys? Okay. Now, what we will do that we will learn multiple ways to load projects. So one way is that you select the group and under that particular parent, all the project will be selected. But if you want to select a range of projects, suppose you want to select all these projects starting from 501 to 925. So what do? You select 501. Guys, you select 501. Then you press the shift button and keep it pressed. And then you click on the 925, the last one. You will see the entire range will be selected. Now you right click upon the selection and open. Right click upon the selection and open. Once you open, it will load all these projects into the memory. So your computer should be good enough. So I'm sure your computer is good and it's able to take all the load. You can see the number of the project which has been loaded, right? Okay. So if you are done with that, so what do? You unload it from the memory. How do you unload? Control W. So when you unload the updated data in each of the project will go to the respective project in the database, and it is all safe because the data centers are very, very robust places, right? Okay. So this is how. Now, suppose you want to select projects, by skipping. Suppose you want to select this one, then this one, and then this one, and then this one. You want to select this four project by skipping, right? So what do? You select the first one, then you press the control button and keep it pressed. Then you click upon the identified project, right? With the control button. and then you right click and then no. You should not lose the click. You do it once again. So when you right click, you release the control button. Then you click on the open project. So you can see that only these 4 selected projects will be loaded, right?
Yeah.
So this technique will be useful to you very soon. Very soon we will use them, right? So now what do you do? When you are done, you want to unload them from the memory. So what do? You press Control W and you click on the yes button. So all these projects are unloaded from the memory. So guys, remember, this is a best practice. Whenever you are done with the data, you send it back to the server, send it back to home. Is that clear?
Yes.
Right?
Could you please explain it, sir, again that for Control W buttons use?
Yeah, Control W, it just closes the project and sends the updated data into the server. Be more attentive, pay attention. It is a very long explanation. Now you'll have to watch through the video, right? So just be very alert here in the class, pay attention. I told you in the morning. So listen to each and every word very carefully. So Control W, in short, it ensures that any updates that you have done is sent back to the server for safekeeping. You may crash 10 laptops, but your data will be still there. It doesn't matter, right? When you go to the ATM and you withdraw some money, so where do you think the update takes place? Does it take place in the ATM or it takes place in the server? Hmm? Guys, have you traveled abroad
From server only.
to withdraw your money from your ATM? You can do it. You know what the bank will do? Suppose you go to some foreign country and you use the same ATM which we use in your native country and you use it in another country, your bank, these days all the banks they are connected internationally, right? So what your bank will do, it will give you the amount of the money in the local currency and it will charge you the conversion charges, right?
Yes.
So no, where is the data? The
Yes.
data is kept in the home base of the bank, right? So any bank which is based in Ireland, keeping the data in the Ireland-based data center. So they work 24 hours, right? They have got mirror servers, right? They mirror. So basically, they have multiple copies of the data kept in various locations. It is not just one location because the financial data is very, very important to be preserved up till the last transaction. You cannot miss, bank cannot miss, right? So that is how the data centers they work. So these days, it is very useful to be hands-free in the business so that you can focus more on the business aspects rather than your information technology things, right? So nitty-gritty details are pushed away to the data center. So you keep your data in the data center, and that's why it is a very useful practice. What is the useful practice? Whenever you are done with the data, so you push the data back to the server, right? How do you do it? Control W. So is this clear?
So you're saying that Control W means it doesn't only close the project, it's also it saves too. It saves your updated information. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so when it closes the project, of course, the updated data will be also sent back,
Saved. Okay.
right? Because
Okay.
when you are sending the data, you are sending all the updates. Because as I told you, how does the Primavera work? So the Primavera works by basically working upon the shadow copy. A partial copy of the actual data is created in your laptop's memory, your computer's memory. You work upon that and then you press Control W, it goes back to the server, right?
Okay.
So always make sure that when you are done with updating any data or modifying any data, you send it back home. So this is the client and that is the server. So server could be your Oracle database, it could be the MS SQL server from Microsoft, or it could be Sybase database. So any database could be there in the backend as per the policy decided by your company's IT administrator, right?
Okay.
Basically the selection of a database could be the scale of operations, the monetary budget. Okay, so that depends upon various factors. So based upon those factors, so a particular database has been selected, and then you are able to do your work by storing the data. Okay, fine. So this is about the interface. Now I want to show you something. Now you click on the plus minus button and you select the level number 1. You select collapse 2, then you select level number 1. Yeah, select level number 1 and you click on OK. Now,
I can't switch on that button, sir.
so then you click on the collapse all button.
This is also invisible actually.
Okay, so what do? You click somewhere in the center of the screen. I think your cursor has gone out of the focus. You click somewhere in the
Yeah.
center of the screen. Then I
Yes.
think
Yes.
it will be active. Now,
Yes.
now you select, you click here on the plus button. It will be expand by 1 level, right? So how many portfolios are here?
6.
6 portfolio. Now your boss says that, look, we are going to create another portfolio. Okay, so that portfolio will be used for learning and development. We will have new projects there, and the project managers which have completed their project and they are waiting in the pipeline for the next project. So they will be teaching there to the freshers. So we will create a new portfolio. So we will click on so this portfolio is represented by the pyramid symbol. So pyramid symbol, so pyramid is narrow at the top and broader at the bottom. The structure of the data is like that, right? If you want to see the structure of the data, you click here on the chart view button. You know, that's a very interesting button, chart view. Click this. So it will give you pictorial representation of the data, right? Chart view. Now you want to see that what are the projects under the product development. You click there. So you come to know, basically the product development has been split into program 1 and program 2. So it means that the projects are kept under the program 1 and 2. You click on the program 1, you expand it. Correct. Now, if you feel that you want to fit more data on the screen, you can click on the zoom out button. So zoom out will reduce the size and you will be able to see more. Now, if you look at the energy, so you can see that the energy is portfolio, which is having the projects directly. Now, what your boss says that we should have a new portfolio in which we will have the learning and development, right? So he wants you to create a new portfolio like this. So which will be called the learning and development. Now let us do it. Okay. Now to do that job, we'll have to go into the tabular view mode. You click on the table view. Now you click on the plus minus button. After you clicked on the plus minus button, then you select level 2 and click on the OK button. So after you clicked on the OK, you can see the level, right? Now we will add one more portfolio. You click on the pyramid button. It will help you modify. So you can see the existing pyramid, the existing EPS. To expand the box, expand the column, and then you will change the font. Okay. So to change the font, you click on this options triangle, the small little triangle, And then you select the option table, font, and row. And then you click on this button. This time you will select Vardhana, regular 9 instead of 8. Vardhana, regular, and 9. You have to click on the Vardhana font name. You have to click. No, you have to click. Yeah, regular and 9 number font. And you click on the OK button. And then you click on the OK button once again. So you can see that you have a bigger font, right? So why are we using a bigger font? Because we have space here. We are not having too many columns. So guys, when you have too many columns, you use the font size 8. And when you have less columns, you can use the font size 9. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now you select enterprise. This enterprise is basically the top, it is the group. Now under this group, there is a new business, which is learning and development. So you click on the add button. Now this one is a new one. You got to push it below the enterprise. So you click on the shift up button. And stop here. Now, it will be like this. Its EPS ID will be short and simple, L and D. Now you write the full name in the EPS name column. You write here, Learning and Development Portfolio. Learning and Development Portfolio. You write it here. And you can put a space there after the end. And then you press enter. Now you will see there is another column here, which is responsible manager, right? So who is the responsible manager for this? Actually, it is not the CEO. CEO is the guy at the top. He manages only the enterprise. So this is to be managed by the new manager called the portfolio manager, right? Now we have created the business. Now we will create the designation for the portfolio manager. We will reassign it from the CEO to the portfolio manager. Is that clear, guys? That will be the next step. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Now, before we can select, we have to create it. So we'll close the box. Now we will close this box here. So that was the structure of the business. You can see that new business has been created. Now this new business has to be handed over to the new manager. How do you get to see the manager? You select the portfolio. Then you click on the detail button here. So in the detail, if you go to the general tab, in the general tab, you have a column here. This column says responsible manager. So by default, if you create any portfolio, it will be assigned to the CEO. Now, if you look at the symbol, this is a human symbol, but with a blue board, this is this symbol. And this is also a human symbol, but without a blue board. Now, what is the difference? What is Primavera trying to convey us? So the human symbol is a resource. It doesn't have any blue board. Guys, remember that project manager, he is a resource who works inside the project. And rest of the managers, they manage the business. Who is managing the business? CEO is managing the business. Portfolio manager is managing the business. Marketing manager is managing the business. And program manager is managing the business. But project manager, he manages the project, right? Is that clear?
Yes.
His focus is to deliver the promise made by the organization. That's why he is also called the promise manager. because he manages the promise made in the contract on behalf of his organization, right?
Yes.
What is the greatest promise made to the client in a contract? We will finish your project on the agreed date. We will finish the project within the agreed price. And we will give you a product of acceptable quality, right?
Yes.
Acceptable as per the quality acceptance criteria. So it's his job, right? Okay. So he is part of the resource. But this blue board, basically this board indicates that in small little picture, they're trying to convey, this guy is a board member. That's why he has a blue board behind his back. It's not necessary that you sit like that if you're a board member. But this is a picture to convey the meaning. Now we are going to basically create a new board member, that is the Learning and Development Portfolio Manager, and assign the portfolio to him. So you click this button, click it. Okay. So after you have clicked it, you expand it and then make it longer. Now the first thing that you will do is change the font. You select from here. In the triangle option, you will select Table Font and Row. And you will apply the font Vardhana Regular 9. Vardhana Regular and 9. And click OK. OK. Fine. Now you can see the existing managers. So basically the enterprise is managed by whom? It is managed by CEO, right? And all the guys that basically report to the CEO, they are all portfolio manager. ENC portfolio manager, energy is portfolio manager. And all the guys that report to the portfolio manager, they are called the program managers. Now, you want to create a new one. You click Add. And then in the new OBS name, you write here L&D Portfolio Manager. L&D in the short format, no, this L&D,
Okay. LNB. Okay.
that one. Space D for learning and development. It's there. I outlined it.
Okay.
No, L&D, D for development. You can see it there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. LND. Yeah. Sorry.
It's like that. You're creating a manager for this. It's not B.
Okay.
Space. And you write portfolio manager. So in short, you are saying it is a position of learning and development portfolio manager, right?
Mm.
Okay, now click on the close button. Now, once you have created the position, now you can change it. You come to the selection button. So, you have the selection box. If any selection box, it comes for the first time, you got to configure the box, right? Because we are having a brand new installation. It will have small fonts and default sizes of the fonts, right? So you change the font, you make it comfortable. In the font, you set the font to the Vardhana Regular 9. Okay. Now you can see that the new position is here. You select the L&D Portfolio Manager and click on the plus button. Selection button. Okay. Now you can see that the new manager has been assigned, right? Okay, so I think this is an extra window. You must have clicked on the P6 multiple times.
Okay.
So you just minimize this, okay? You put this out of the way. So guys, when you click on the P6 button, wait for some time for it to load up. But if you do multiple clicks thinking that you haven't clicked it, so it might keep multiple windows on, right? That's why you're seeing another window. So you can see that it is updated with the new manager, right? Now we will see it from the manager point of view, what he has got, right?
Okay.
This is the business point of view. Business says this is my manager, and manager says this is my business. So how do you see that? You click on the OBS button here. Then look at his responsibility. So guys, do you see this? For the manager, that's his portfolio, and for the portfolio, that's his manager. Vice versa, right? So if he's responsible for managing multiple portfolios, so that will be visible here if you assign him to more, right? But usually, one portfolio manager is used per portfolio. Okay. Now you click on the close button.
Okay.
So guys, tell me if you have any questions regarding the portfolio and their managers. Okay, now we are all done for the day. Now I would like to hear some questions. If you have any questions or any doubts regarding the project management, regarding the interface, the setup, the administration, the user preferences, and structuring of the data. So I would like to hear some questions. Please tell me.
For me, I don't have any question. I'm just saying it's just a lot to take in at the same time. You wouldn't know when to
Don't worry.
use
If you
each of the information. I don't know if I'll be able to remember all of this information.
don't worry, you take good rest and you will be able to remember it. So you
Okay.
have to sleep a little bit early, 4.5 hours earlier. So right now your time is like 1:30 in the
Yeah.
afternoon, and I will tell you, you can sleep by like your 6 p.m. You should be sleeping, right?
Yeah.
So you will be aligned with the Indian time zone and you will be fine. Okay. Now, if you get a question later, you write that question into the group. Everybody do that, guys. Okay.
Mm.
Now, guys,
Okay.
if you are aligned with what we have done today, are you having the same data on?
Yes.
Because tomorrow we start
Yes.
here, right? We make sure that if you are missing something, I can update you. Okay, I'm using her screen because it gives me the right size and I get the right speed here because I believe that the internet speed in Ireland is good and I'm getting good response from her computer. Okay, so that I can ensure that the training goes on smoothly, I'll be using your screens optionally.
Okay.
Okay, because I have to make sure that I use a demo screen which gives me very good speed and response so that your learning is not hampered, right? Okay, fine. So we can close for today. So your recordings will